Testing. Device.
Testing.
For a laptop, just bring the laptop a little closer. Just go to LinkedIn.
Good morning, dear viewers and participants. I would like to welcome back our viewers and participants to the second day of the International Web Conference on Recent Advances in Science, IWCRAS 2020, and the third technical session. I'm Dr. Deveshwari Maibam, Assistant Professor, Physical Science on Bosco College of Teachers Education, and I'll be the moderator for the first talk of the session and the day, and for which I am pleased to introduce the speaker, Dr. Jeevan Sakiya. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Chemistry, Dibrugarh University, Assam. He did his PhD from IIT Guwahati, Assam, India in 2014, and thereafter he was a postdoctoral researcher at University of Utah, USA for 3 years. He has 13 peer-reviewed publications and 4 book chapters to his credit, and is currently working on 2 government-sanctioned projects. His area of interest is in the field of nanoparticles and its application in environment, biology, and agriculture. Without further ado, I would like to gratefully invite Dr. Jeevan Sakiya to present his talk on interfacial interaction study of proteins and pollutants onto inorganic surfaces. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Am I audible? Yeah. Am I audible? Hello? Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Audible.
Okay, great. So first of all, good morning to everyone, those who are present. So as ma'am has rightly introduced, and thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. I am Dr. Jeevan Sakiya. So I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak in this international conference organized by Don Bosco University, Tura. Don Bosco College, Tura, sorry. So actually my talk of the title is little bit of different today. So ma'am, I think she said my thesis of my title, that was, so I wrote it, so say might get confused, it's okay. So but actually today I'm going to speak on a little bit on the work I'm currently doing here in Department of Chemistry, Dibrugarh University. So today I would talk on sustainable agriculture, role of slow release fertilizer. So why did I choose agriculture today to speak in this conference? So agriculture, as we all know, it's one of the marker of human civilization, right? So agriculture is very important for humankind. So agriculture plays a very important, very crucial role in the economy of countries, of developing countries, in all other countries. So as you all know, India is also, is a country that's completely dependent on agriculture. Yeah? So we have been constantly dependent on agriculture since time immemorial. So with growing population, there has been a very high demand in the food. So there has been a lot of pressure in the agriculture. So to grow large amount of food in the same piece of land. So with the growing population, there has been expected to increase in the demand of food by 70% in like 2050. So what's the solution? We are using a lot of fertilizers, a lot of pesticides to get that, a lot of different technologies to get the increased production. So we have been using chemical fertilizers, pesticides, that was that was the beginning of the green revolution, where a lot of technologies, a lot of pesticides, a lot of fertilizers came into existence, and that led to the overproduction of crops and to meet the demand. So let's move on to the next slide. So why did I put then sustainable agriculture before the word agriculture? Okay, let's do one thing. Let's not go to sustainable agriculture directly in this slide. Let's first brush up the agriculture thing with the students. So when I'm saying that you apply a lot of fertilizers, So what do I mean? Like, why fertilizers? What are the role of fertilizers? So for a basic brush up, fertilizers, there are different fertilizers. Like there are N as in nitrogen, phosphorus, as in P, and K as in potassium fertilizers. They are different fertilizers. They are primary nutrients. They are required by the plants. For nitrogen is needed for leaf growth, for the production of the crops. Then again, phosphorus is needed for the root development. Then again, potassium is needed for the stem growth. So these are very essential for the growth of the plants. So there are secondary nutrients that are required in lesser amount. Then again, there are micronutrients. They are also required in further lesser amount. So this is the basic structure of fertilizers, what the plants need. So what the solution we have? We synthesize chemical fertilizers in factories, and we supply to the shops. From that you get the fertilizers, and these fertilizers are really good. They are easily available, first of all, and they are really instant. The good thing about these chemical fertilizers are that they are instant. You get the fertilizer, you mix it, and you apply. The plant instantly absorbs the fertilizer, and they show their effect. And they are highly customizable. Like, if you see the plant and you can identify the deficiency of that plant, suppose say it's a nitrogen deficiency, or say phosphorus deficiency, or say potassium deficiency. So you can selectively apply that fertilizer to the plant, and the plant takes up that fertilizer and shows the effect. So it's relatively cheap also, right? You can find in every nearby shop, and you can buy a handful of fertilizer and directly apply. So these are the good things, right? So you get the fertilizer, you apply, you get increased production. So these are the good things. So you also have some the dark side of these fertilizers. So what are the dark sides? Like, as I said, these fertilizers are highly instantly available. They are readily absorbed by the plants, and they're highly soluble. So the negative effect it has is that whenever you apply the fertilizers, the most of the fertilizers, around 50 to 60% of the fertilizers are not available to the plants. They instantly washed off, or they get absorbed to the soil, and later on they are washed off, and they end up in contaminating our water bodies, say groundwater, or say rivers, lakes, and ponds, and that give rise to what we call eutrophication. I'm sure you students, you probably heard the term eutrophication. If not, then you can see the slides are down on my right. You can see how those green algal bloom has taken place. That's because those nutrients, they are also good for the algae. When they are washed off with rainwater, or they get they reach the water bodies, then algae they overgrow, and this depletes the overall ecosystem of that water body. So and also another drawback of this chemical fertilizers is that whenever you apply these fertilizers again and again and again on the soil, they causes long-term pH imbalance, and they also results in the accumulation of toxic chemicals. And also the one thing is that whenever you apply fertilizers to a piece of land, 1 year, the second year, the next year, in due course of time, you are depleting the original fertility of that soil. And maybe the 5th year, maybe the 6th year, without applying the fertilizer, you cannot do any cultivation. So that's one of the drawback of this kind of chemical fertilizers. And this also leads to the overall biodiversity depletion, because you're destroying the soil, you're destroying all the living components of that soil slowly, and you're destroying the overall biota of that area. So this questions the sustainability of of modern agriculture. This is the main question. That's why we are people are worrying now, from late 90s, from late 80s and 90s, people are worrying with this concept of sustainable agriculture. So now we can jump onto the next slide and talk about sustainable agriculture. So what does basically the word sustainable and agriculture both together means? So first of all, let's focus on the word sustainable. So what does the sustainable word directly means? So it's basically derived from the Latin word sustainere. So if we break it, then it's sus from below, and tenere to hold. So technically it is like, it's in terms of agriculture, you can say that it's capable of maintaining the productivity and usefulness to the society indefinitely, like without destroying the future generation, future generation, or future land, the land we have for our future generation, without destroying them. We should do the cultivation, and we should keep them as it is, as we have got now, for our next generation. That's the simple goal behind. It doesn't mean that you lower the production, that way don't apply any fertilizer, and you keep your environment safe for the future, and you die now. That's not the concept. The concept is that you go with increased production, you apply different technologies such that it's available as we have got now for our future generation, for our next generation. So the food production should balance the environmental preservation. So like you get the food as much as you need, but you should not destroy in turn. So there are three interlinked dimensions of agriculture sustainability. If you look up into the internet or you look up into different papers, you will find there are three interlinked dimensions. The three tenets. These are like, first is environmental, definitely. That's, you have the compound you are applying, or the fertilizers you are applying, the pesticides you are applying, whatever you are applying to the soil to get a increased production, that should not hamper the environment in turn. So that's the first goal. And the second goal, it should be economic, obviously. So it should not be, it should not incur loss to the farmers. So that should be also, at par with the system that's existing now. If not best, at least at par. And also the social cause. So it should not be, the workers and the communities also should be, should be taken care of within that system. So if you go to Food and Agriculture Organization of United Nations, you will see five points given, but basically these 5 points, come under this within the umbrella of these three dimensions. So that's the basic idea behind sustainable agriculture. So can we do something? Can we keep the production same, or with growing population, can we increase the production without bringing any loss or any damage to our future for the future generation? So that's the basic goal behind. So moving on to the next slide. So if I say sustainable agriculture, so how can we get it? So if one of the thing I have told in the first slide is that majority of the fertilizers get wasted. They are washed off when applied instantly. So there three if you follow three policy, in my view, then we can at least attain some of sustainability in agriculture. Like if you say a localized application means like rather than sowing all the fields, if you can sow directly on that plant area, that the area that rhizosphere that plant covers, if we can fertilize that plant within that area, so that way we can reduce some of the burden of fertilizer use. Then another is precision agriculture. So the precision agriculture is like you can see which plant needs what, and you can supply that fertilizer directly to that plant rather than giving a lot of different fertilizers or a bulk of, or a bunch of fertilizers to that plant. Or the another thing that's very important is, can we use environmental friendly fertilizers? Then we need not to bother much about the other two. So that's the concept behind. If we can use environmentally friendly fertilizers, that's a very good idea. So there are a lot of research have been going on in this, sustainable agricultural concept. So people are trying to reduce the pressure, the burden of these, unwanted burden of these fertilizers on environment. So one of the concept is the slow release fertilizer. So people have noticed that if we make available the fertilizers slowly at a pace that the plants need it, so that way we can reduce the wastage of the fertilizer. So how you can do it? Since mostly the fertilizers are highly soluble, so what people have turned out to do, they have done coating of the fertilizers. Say urea is a very common fertilizer, you might know. NPK, what does NPK resembles in fertilization? It contains three fertilizers, like say nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and urea is for nitrogen. Then again diammonium phosphate, you go to the shop and say I give me DAP, they will give you DAP. So these are different fertilizers available in the market. So what people have done, since these are highly soluble fertilizers, they coat the fertilizers with low soluble or very insoluble polymer kind of thing, so that the availability of the fertilizer to the plants is the rate is decreased. That way the wastage of fertilizer is reduced. So people have coated with different materials. They have taken synthetic polymers. These polymers degrade with time, maybe degrade with action of the microorganisms, any mechanism it might get. But the concept behind is that you just cover the fertilizers with a less soluble or insoluble polymer, so that the seepage takes place and the intensity of the degradation rate of the release of the fertilizer is lowered. That way you can reduce the excessive use of fertilizers. So that's one of the concepts. So I will just put few slides for you guys. You can see there are few examples that's already in the literature, and there are a lot of work have been going on and been done on this slow release fertilizers with this inorganic chemical fertilizers. What people have done, people have used polysulfones for coating this NPK fertilizers. NPK means this three fertilizer triple fertilizer. Then polyacrylonitrile people have used for this again NPK fertilizers. Then people have again used another polymer called polyurethane. That's an oil-based hydrophobic polymer for the release of phosphorus from DAP. So these are good things, like they are using the polymer, they are reducing the wastage, and that way they are attaining the sustainability. So again, the point is, you are one step ahead, but again the next thing is that you are using the polymers that are not, that they are not environmental friendly. So you are not, again, you are solving one problem, but you are adding another problem to the soil or to the environment. So then what happened, people came with idea, cannot we use like environmentally polymers instead of these synthetic polymers? So then people started doing a lot of other environmentally, biodegradable means that degrades automatically in within the environment. So people started using sodium calcium alginate, then cytogen, cellulose, starch, the lignin. These are all natural components. These are all found in the trees, found in polysaccharides. These are found in plants. The animal biochar. This biochar is a way, agriculture waste. You burn them, pyrolysis. You burn them, you get biochar. Then agriculture residues. People have tried everything to coat these inorganic fertilizers so that it reduces the wastage. So these are few examples what people have tried. So okay, let's move on to the next slide. Again, let me introduce a term here, biofertilizer. So why did I suddenly jump onto biofertilizer? So if we see the previous slides, I have said that fertilizers get wasted, you coat them, inorganic chemical fertilizers, you coat them, and you reduce the wastage of the fertilizer. So still you're using chemical fertilizers. So now I jumped onto biofertilizers because what is biofertilizer? First basically see what biofertilizer is. So basically when I say biofertilizer, so it's a living microorganisms that's available in the soil. They provide necessary nutrients and microbes for the growth of the plants. So what role does biofertilizers play? They fix the nitrogen from the atmosphere, as we have studied in our lower sections. So they also they make available phosphorus, phosphate, then again potassium from the soil to the plants. So there are different kind of biofertilizers. They are nitrogen fixers that fixes the nitrogen. They are potassium solubilizers. So the potassium and phosphorus are already available in the soil, but they are less available to the plants because of the that complex they cannot break. These biofertilizers or these microorganisms, they can break the potassium or the phosphorus, and make it available as a plant available form, so that the plants can take that phosphorus from the soil. So these are the good things that the biofertilizers do. So then why did they put biofertilizers then? So before that, just see a few pictures of the biofertilizers for your clarity. How does they look? So don't go out this round shape. These are the plates where we grow and test the biofertilizers. You can see there are different biofertilizers. Phosphate solubilizing, that solubilizes the phosphate from the soil. There are phosphate mobilizing bacteria that brings phosphate from one place to the another place. There are nitrogen fixing bacteria that takes nitrogen from the atmosphere. There are potassium solubilizing bacteria also. So you see the pictures how the bacteria grow. These are specific bacteria that I have named, and they have been isolated and they have been purified, and they are known to do their work that have been mentioned. So then why I brought the slides on biofertilizers. So the only reason behind to bring this biofertilizer is it's can we use it as an alternative to chemical fertilizer? Look, like you coat it, okay, but if we can use biofertilizer instead of that chemical fertilizer, and it does the same work, then it will do a lot of good, and it will solve a lot of our problem. So before that, why biofertilizers? Because biofertilizers are microbial inoculants containing beneficial organisms. They're green, they're environmental friendly, as we all know. They're cheap. Relatively, they are not cheap with, in the first run, if you go and compare, it's not as that cheap as the chemical fertilizers, but in the long run, if you see, in the long run, it will overall develop the soil ecosystem, and in the long run, it's relatively cheaper than the chemical fertilizer. So it's easy to use. I will explain how. And it has long-term soil benefits. It not only give an instant nutrient to the plants, but it develop the overall plant overall soil system, so that you get a longer output of that soil. So advantages I have already mentioned, like it's eco-friendly, it's cost-effective, it's non-polluting, it solubilizes and mobilizes the nutrients that are available in the soil. So it restores normal soil fertility. So also it improves the soil organic matter and soil texture of that of that area. So how do you use the biofertilizer? So as I have said, people isolate that strain. Strain is a kind of types of the biofertilizer that works for say nitrogen fixation, the phosphorus solubilization. So that strain, that species you purify, and then you can multiply that strain or that species, and you can get a better result out of it. So Okay, so everything has some pros and cons, right? So when I said biofertilizers are good, they can do some work, they can restore normal soil fertility, they can do this and do that. But biofertilizers also have some shortcomings. So what are the shortcomings biofertilizers have? So they are such as they require special care for long-term storage. They are they are temperature sensitive. They are moisture sensitive. One of the most important thing is they are moisture sensitive. If they do not get water, if they do not get any moisture, they will die out. That's one of the reason we cannot apply a lot of biofertilizers in arid areas, in dry areas. So that's one of the main problem, that is very, very moisture sensitive. If they do not get any water to survive, grow, they will die out. So, and that's why they have to be sprayed multiple times, and it adds to the cost of the fertilization or with biofertilizers. So let's focus on that point, the moisture sensitive. Can we solve that issue? And and solving this, we will see that we know a lot of our other issues are also been solved. Like if we can solve the moisture sensitive issue, then maybe you can keep it for longer time, store it for longer time, and you need not to spray it multiple times. So then let me introduce quickly to one of the another segment, that's the super absorbent polymers, the hydrogels. What are hydrogels? So basically hydrogels are super absorbent hydrophilic polymeric materials that has ability to swell with water. They retains the, you can see from the picture on my right, how they swells up. Basically they are taking up the water, they are not soluble in water, but they swells up when they can contain lot amount, they can contain large amount of water within them, their structure, and they can swell in their size, and they do not get dissolved in the water. From the structure in the middle, you can see how the cross linking happens. So there is you have to use cross linker so that the water soluble polymer chains can be cross linked, and that way you build some cavity, so where the water goes and stays there with the help of hydrogen bonds, and that way it swells up. So hydrogels, why I brought hydrogels? Hydrogels have a very good water retention and water holding capacity, and it has been used for the in soil for water holding in soil. So let's so what kind of hydrogel I will talk here? So you can get inorganic hydrogel, you can get synthetic synthetic hydrogel polymers. Basically these are hydrogels are polymers. So I will talk here only cellulose based polymers. Cellulose are are naturally available, they are biodegradable, biocompatible, they have good swelling properties, and they have been used for other as I've said, they have used as for coating the polymers, they have been used for control release of other fertilizers. They protect the loaded substances from damage. That's the one of the important things. So if we can load the biofertilizers within that hydrogels, it can protect it from damage. So it also increases the water holding capacity of the growing media. So I will come in details in these two terms. So there you can see from my right, the two pictures I have given, two structures I have given. These are basically glucose kind of sugar kind of moiety cellulose have. And you can see the OR group, that's the substituent. You can get different substituents. You can easily buy from the market, buy from the chemical companies. These structures, the OR has with different substitutions, you get different structure. Only the R group is substituted with the OH. And you can see there are methyl cellulose, hydroxypropyl group. If you introduce, that's another group. That if you introduce ethyl group, and it's ethyl cellulose. So you can get different kind of cellulose from the market, and with that you can make different kind of hydrogels. Only the thing is that you have to use a cross linker that will cross link these chains to form the hydrogel. So let's see the hydrogel cycle quickly. So what does the hydrogel cycle means? The hydrogel cycle means the hydrogels, they absorb water, they swells up, as from the image you can see, they swells up, then they retains the water within, and this water, interestingly, they are released slowly with time. They do not have a burst release kind of thing. They do not suddenly release the water. They release slowly with time, and gradually they shrinks to their original size, and this cycle can repeat if there is no damage or no degradation. So that's the beauty of the hydrogel. So the idea behind is that, cannot we use the biofertilizer solution with biofertilizer and put in the hydrogel, so that the hydrogel and the biofertilizer will be together, and with time these biofertilizers have sufficient amount of water or the solution to grow within the hydrogel and multiply, and it will slowly it can release the biofertilizer to the soil with time. So this was the idea behind. So does it solve the problem? You have to see, does it really works that way? Does it increases the growth, the viability, means the life of the biofertilizer? Does it have any long-term effect or not? So again, another important thing you have to see in the future is it cost effective? So how much cost does it incur? So these are the things you have to see, or whether there are any such shortcomings of such systems if you design, and what are the modifications we need to do. Okay, so quickly we will go through this. So if when I say when I have shown in the slide that There, the biofertilizer, you can see there are yellow color solutions. So what are these solutions? Basically, they are culture media. Culture means there's a food kind of thing for the biofertilizer. So you can make the different kind of solid media, food for the biofertilizers. They may be solid, they may be liquid. So here we will put we will use the liquid media that where we will grow the biofertilizer, and that liquid we will put in the hydrogel. So along with that liquid, there will be a biofertilizer that will be inside the hydrogel, and the hydrogel will swell. So this I will quickly go through the preparation of biofertilizer here. So you have two different kind of media, means food for the bacteria, for the microorganisms. So then again, the second step you do, you autoclave. Autoclave means sterilization. So you will kill all the other bacteria within that vicinity, within that system, and that you need to do, and you will kill all the other harmful, other microorganisms, harmful or beneficial, whatever, because we are focusing only on a specific strain of biofertilizer that will do your work. So you have to sterilize all the other things. That media we prepared, you have to sterilize. How do you sterilize? You sterilize by autoclaving. Autoclaving is a technique where, like the pressure cooker we have at our homes. Basically that's the concept behind autoclave. At high pressure and high temperature, you kill all the other microorganisms. So and then you put in the UV light also. If some of the microorganisms are not died in that process, you put in the UV light. That will also damage the remaining microorganisms, so that you get a microorganism free media, so that you can put your, in the next slide you will see how do you put your selective strain on that media, so that only that bacteria or that microorganisms grow and multiply. And that will selectively you can now get this way, you can culture the microorganisms. So you can quickly see how you do. You prepare the culture media, you sterilize the culture media, then you inoculate. That's the process of introducing your selected bacteria, selected microorganisms into the desired solution. So that way you can, and then you incubate. Incubate means you give a proper temperature so that it multiplies. So that way you can do your prepare your biofertilizer or your microorganisms before putting in the hydrogel. So now how do you synthesize the hydrogel? So you can take different combinations of hydrogel. We have done different combinations because we don't know which hydrogel, different combinations which works better. So if we take only one, like you can see from my slide, there is a sodium carboxymethyl cellulose on the first box. So if you take only sodium carboxymethyl cellulose and you put a cross linker and you make a hydrogel, that way the mechanical strength is not so good. So that way, because there are a lot of intermolecular bonding, cross-linking. So that way, if you introduce another with substituent hydroxyethyl cellulose, that way you are getting a better hydrogel. That's not too hard, not too soft, and you are getting the sweet spot. So that way we have tried another combination with another cellulose, and we have a starch. In both the cases, we have put citric acid. Citric acid, as you all might have heard, citric acid from lemon, from lime, from citrus food. You get it's a simple acid. And it's also biodegradable, and it's a biocompatible acid. So all the components we are using here are highly biodegradable and biocompatible. So, and the third one we are using sodium calcium arginate. It's a very popular hydrogel, and it's been used. A lot of people have been using this one in a lot of different works. So this one we have used as a control for our studies. So we have made these three kind of hydrogels. And now, after making the hydrogel, what we will do? We'll see whether the hydrogels are good or not, they're taking water or not, how much they're taking water, how much they are swelling up, and at what rate are they releasing the water. So then we tried different combinations, like we take different concentration of our starting material and different concentration of the citric acid, so that the cross linker, and we have done similarly for the second hydrogel also. And third one, alginate, what I have said, that one we have taken a standard reported from the literature to compare. So we quickly let's go through what we have found. So we have, so from that, from the table you have seen from the right top, from my left on the top side, we can see that we have tried different combinations. Only the serial number 3 that's working good. So now I will only write C3 that's working good. You can see from the slide that 1, 2, 3 sample is that's the weight of the water that's swelled up. That's from the blue one is the dry weight, and the orange color is the swelling weight. So that way you can see how much it has swelled. So that way we have selected only that one that's good, has a good swelling property. So you can see the slide, pictures of the hydrogel. Yeah, I'm brushing it up. I know I'm running out of time. Yeah, sorry. So you can see the slides for picture of the hydrogel, how they look, and this is how they swells up. So there's another property called swelling property. How much of percentage they swell, we call it swelling property. So basically our first hydrogel we have been taking. So you can see the water releasing profile with days. The first day they swell up how much of water, they go up to this up to 10. Then again slowly with time they release the water. So okay, this is my last slide. So you can see from the image of the biofertilizer on my left, azospirillum we have taken. So we have put C3, that our biofertilizer, our hydrogel, we have put the bacteria for 24 hours in a hydrogel. They swells up. Then we have put in the soil. Then you can, from the color, you can see with the soil all are gone down. But with the hydrogel one, with the color is less, means all are in the soil. So that's the good part. So in a nutshell, you have to understand only this. Like when I'm putting the hydrogel have taken up the biofertilizers. When we put those in the soil, you can see the color from from the slides. You can see the left hand side box beaker. You can see it's a lighter in color. That means that all are in the soil. That the hydrogel has taken up the biofertilizers. So that's another slide. They are the microorganisms. So we have tested, and you see that these white color things we have seen that they are the azospirillum we have put. So lastly, though, we can see that we can use the hydrogels for biofertilization. And biofertilizer is a very good option for future. So the last slide, for the young enthusiasts, I have to say that people are doing a lot of other research, but only the thing that for the young guys is that it's a very good domain for agriculture. It's a very good domain. You need to try it out. You can do a lot of other researches. There are precision agriculture sensors. There are a lot of other research have been going on. So I hereby only encourage the students to take on agriculture as a research in their future endeavors. That would be it's a very good domain to to explore, and has a lot of opportunities and scopes. Sorry for taking 5 minutes of more time, and I conclude here. Thank you. Yeah. Please.
So there's a question for you.
Sure, yes.
When we do coating of fertilizers,
Yes.
reduce solubility of fertilizer. If we do so, the availability of fertilizers will not be affected to particular plants.
Oh no, that's the thing actually. So what kind of coating are you using? That's the catch. So sometimes people use polymers that are degradable by certain bacteria, or say certain microorganisms, or say the soil pH. The pH at which some are using pH sensitive coating, so that at that pH only it will break. Maybe at some are using that kind of thing. So so the thing is that it will become slow. That's the concept. How do you slow down the availability of that fertilizer? Am I getting your point, or am I getting your point? So your question?
I think so, sir. I think so.
Okay. So the logic behind is that one only. How do you slow down the availability so that the excessive loss is reduced? That's the goal behind.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
And since there are no further questions, thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
For your informative talk, and
Yes.
I'm quite sure our viewers and participants have also enjoyed your insightful sharing of your research work. Thank you,
Yes.
sir, once again,
Okay.
and looking forward to hearing more on your progress on your research in future.
Yeah, I thank you everyone. Yes, thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And for our next presenter, I would like to hand over to Dr. Arindam Burman.
Howdy, Houston. Hi, I'm Mr. Sosa from Houston, Texas, USA. As my credential goes, I'm working as an IT service delivery manager at Accenture with over 5 lakh employees across the globe as an IT consulting firm. I'm sure many of you have heard about it. I have been in US since 2016 and have been married as an alumni of Bosco College, where I graduated in Bachelor of Science, Physics. I'm very fortunate today connecting with you all and able to convey the best wishes to the lecturers, professors, speakers, patrons, members, and students. I wish each and every one of you best of luck for the International Web Conference on the recent advances in science. It takes great preparation and commitment to do something of this scale, and I really appreciate everyone contributing to it. So once again, all the very best and stay safe. Happy learning. Have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maheshwari Mahibam. A warm good morning to all dear participants. We have our next resource person, Professor Ranjit Chatterjee from Uttar Ganga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, West Bengal, India. I'm extremely privileged to welcome you, sir, in this international web conference. Dr. Ranjit Chatterjee is a professor in the Department of Vegetable and Spice Crops of Uttar Ganga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. He is involved in teaching extension activities in the field of vegetable and spice crops from last 18 years. Since last 15 years, he is conducting research works on organic vegetable production, special emphasis on enriched organic manure, liquid manures, and on-farm residue recycling. He has participated in international training on basic organic crop inspection from Mountain University, Taiwan, and has developed expertise on organic farming certification of USDA and NOP standard as per IFO AM guidelines. He had guided many MSc and PhD research scholars. He had also conducted projects from ICAR, Department of Biotechnology, and other funding agencies, and also published journal papers in reputed and ACI index journals. So without any further delay, I would like to invite Professor Ranjit Chatterjee to begin your presentation. Thank you. Sir, can you hear us, sir? Sir, can you hear us? Sir, can you hear us? Can you hear us, sir? Presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, sir.
Okay, I can start.
Sir, can you make it to slideshow? So your presentation, can you make it to slideshow?
Okay, I have already made it coming. I started my slideshow. It is coming.
Yeah, it's coming, sir. So you can proceed for your presentation, sir.
Okay, let's start. So,
Yes,
very good morning to the organizer of this international conference and the participants. So I am very thankful that I have got this opportunity to share my views on organic vegetable. Let us start the topic. So in the present situation now, in the COVID-19 situation, most of the people are very much concerned about their health. So people are searching for foods that are healthy, that can boost immunity, and that can protect from infection. So we hope that in this direction, organic vegetable can contribute a lot. If you see the ancient literature from India or China or from Rome, so they have mentioned in their literature that vegetable crops not only provide nutrition, they are very good as a medicine. Now, just going to the details, just quick look that famous quotation made by Hippocrates, that let food be the medicine and medicine be the food. Said that is the old quotes, but still very much relevant. Again, if you don't eat food as medicine, you will have to eat your medicine as like food in your future. So that is very much relevant in present day situation. In the developing countries, you know, a lot of children as well as women, they are dying due to malnutrition or undernutrition. Why? Because they suffer mostly this nutrient deficiency related diseases and disorder. Just again for case for developed countries, you know, a lot of people are dying due to lifestyle related diseases like cardiovascular disease, diabetes, hypertension, obesity. So in both cases, the nutrition have a major role to play. Now in our presentation, we'll discuss that how this diverse group of vegetable can play a major role to minimize the human mortality. Now we all know that a vegetable is a plant-based food and it's the cheaper natural source of essential nutrients like carbohydrate, protein, fat, mineral, vitamin, as well as dietary fibers that is very much essential in our diet. It is a good source of water because most of the vegetable contain huge amount of water, more than 90% water. So it maintains our water balance of our body. Another very good advantage of vegetable consumption is the alkalinity. So sometimes we eat the non-veg food, particularly meat or fish, so that create acidity. So if we consume sufficient amount of vegetable, it may ease our digestion and neutralize the acidity. Now just look some of the important vegetables that can protect our body. So in our earlier days, our conception was that we take more carbohydrate, but in modern day nutrition, most of the people preferred for low carbohydrate diet. I feel that vegetable can contribute a lot. Some of the vegetable like bell pepper, lettuce, spinach, cucumber, they are low in carbohydrate, means people can consume a lot without gaining weight. Again, it is a very good source of vegetable protein. People are asking for vegetable protein. Suppose garden pea, French bean, cowpea, these are very good source of vegetable protein. Same thing for beta carotene. So there are several vegetables like carrot, pumpkin. They are very good in beta carotene. Again, nowadays people are asking for vitamin C because it has good, it can protect from infection. So several vegetables are there like bell pepper, means capsicum, sprouting broccoli, cabbage. They are very good source of natural vitamin C. And iron is one of the major problem for children and women of developing countries. So there are several vegetables like spinach, asparagus, garden beet. They are very good source of iron and they can easily digest it to our body. So similarly, water for weight loss, it's also a brain booster. There a lot of research are published that suggests that if the children are encouraged to take vegetables from the childhood, they will remain healthy as well as their brain remain active for longer period of life. So these are some of the potential healthy vegetables we should be make it habit in our daily diet. Second very important thing is that not only nutrition, vegetable are nowadays are very much used as a bioactive compounds. What are these bioactive compounds? They are basically the secondary metabolites. Plant produce these secondary metabolites for their defense mechanism. But nowadays research have reported that these bioactive compounds have several health benefits. Just in case of bitter gourd, they contain the momodicin or charantin, the active compounds. They are very good for diabetic or blood purification or dysentery. Similarly, sprouting broccoli, they contain the sulforaphane or indole compounds. So they are very good compound. They can protect certain kinds of cancer, even strokes. Similarly, in case of carrot, there's a compound called beta carotene. So that is very good for our eyes health. It can prevent the night blindness and it can protect the retina from damage. Similarly, in case of tomato, we have lycopene. In watermelon, we have lycopene. So research suggests that they have the anti-cancerous properties. Onion, garlic, they are very much used as a anti-infection or immunity building food, and they have also protect our heart. So the sulfur compounds, these are the bioactive compounds. Similarly, in lettuce, there are some compounds that can induce sedativeness, that induce sleepiness. So these compounds are now experiment, and people are using several reference suggest that if you used this vegetable as a source of bioactive compounds, it can build our health and can boost our immunity system. Now, another very important component nowadays that discussed much is the antioxidant. Now, what is antioxidant? They are the actually a substance that protect our body from the free oxygen radicals. Actually, these oxygen radicals that generate in our body due to a stress situation. So these are this oxidative stress. They have a good link with our heart disease or strokes. So that happened in older age people who are having a lot of tense work. So in that case, we should recommend the people that they should take the food that are rich in antioxidant. Now, vegetables coming, colored vegetables. So earlier you have seen cauliflower was mainly white in color, but now in the market you will get a lot of orange color cauliflower, purple color cauliflower. These are very good source of antioxidant. Same thing for carrot. We used to see as an orange carrot, but now you'll find in the market there are a lot of pink carrot, black color carrot. Why these are coming? Because they are very good source of antioxidant. Now people are concerned. They have understand that antioxidant can prevent certain kinds of heart diseases as well as strokes. Now bell pepper, people are now make a habit of using red color or yellow color capsicum because they are very good source of antioxidant. Now, different scientific journal like American Heart Association journal, the Strokes, and several health journal, they published a good number of research paper that have clearly stated that regular consumption of fresh vegetable can reduce the risk of developing cardiovascular diseases, development of strokes, cholesterol, inflammation. You know, the vegetables are very low in glycemic index and low in fat. So the chance of increasing blood glucose level is very minimum. So that can reduce the risk of development of type 2 diabetes. So we can say that vegetables are not only good source of nutrition, but full of health benefit substances. But now another matter now that is very much concerned, I can start with a good quotation from Anne Wigmore. She has rightly pointed out that the food we are eating can either be the safest and most powerful form of medicine or the slowest form of poison. That is the matter of concern in present day system. Now in present agriculture system, you know, in the conventional system, lot of chemicals are used, particularly fertilizers and harmful pesticides. So they are used in a conventional production system. Now we have to understand why farmers are using so much pesticide and fertilizer. Now what happened in case of vegetable? You know, vegetables are very short duration crop. So within very short period of time, they have to produce an enormous amount of biomass. Now to produce this much of biomass, you just think about cabbage. Once we transplant a cabbage, it produces another around 1.5 to 2 kgs biomass within 2.5 months. A cauliflower can produce 1 kg biomass within 2 months. So this how this biomass come? These are coming from the soil. So if we apply available nutrients as well as sufficient water, so plant will uptake the nutrients. That is happening nowadays. Lot of readily available nutrients are available in the market. So farmers are using the direct fertilizer that can release the nutrient very fast. So plant uptake these nutrients in a higher amount and produce the bulk material. But the problem is that during this uptake, they become succulent, and this succulency attract the harmful insects. So whenever plants become more succulent, the insects are coming, they're attacking the crop. Now to protect the crop, farmers are using the harmful pesticides. So that this gradually develop a habit of using lot of pesticides. But different research findings, they are suggesting that regular application of organophosphorus, organochlorine, or synthetic pyrethroids, these are harmful pesticides in the vegetable. What happened? That during harvesting, this vegetable contain residues. So when you consume the vegetable, suppose you see, nowadays there is a habit of using vegetable as a salad, even cabbage, cucumber, tomato, onion, beet, radish, we take as a salad. These are totally raw vegetable, fresh vegetable. If they contain residues, then what will happen? Same thing, we have a habit of using vegetable juice. So they are very healthy drinks, but if they contain the residues, it will affect our body, our health. Now, how this affect our body? Whenever we consume this contaminated vegetable, so it will just mix with our blood. So regular consumption of such vegetable, what they do, they will create the skin problem. Gradually, there will be respiratory trouble, and it will gradually, it will start affecting our liver, our kidney, and brain activity. Now, a lot of childs are facing the behavioral or development problem due to this pesticide toxicity. So this is a alarming situation. We should think over it. Now, same thing for fertilizer. We use a lot of nitrogenous fertilizer for succulency or produce green color. So this nitrogenous fertilizer, so what they do, they encourage the nitrate accumulation in leaves. This nitrate, after entering the plant system, it converted into nitrite. Now this nitrite, they remain in the leaves. When you consume the fresh vegetable, leafy vegetable like cabbage, like lettuce, like spinach in a raw form, this nitrite enter our blood. They reduce the oxygen carrying capacity of the hemoglobin. So what will happen? Due to lack of hemoglobin, the body color changed towards blue. So it is known as blue baby syndrome. It affects mostly the children. So the country where the nitrogen fertilizers are used in a huge amount, so nitrate toxicity, or the situation is called methemoglobamine. So this is a very much is a problem country where more amount of nitrogen fertilizers are used. Same thing, after use of excessive use of fertilizer pesticide, what will happen? After harvest of the crop, they run to the groundwater and the surrounding water bodies, and they contaminate the soil and water bodies. You see, you know, this in Punjab, some Punjab, the people are suffering from this water and soil conservation, contamination, and there is a train called cancer train. So this is due to this excess use of pesticides and fertilizer. So this is a very alarming situation. Now, another important feature is that nowadays a lot of farmers are using oxytocin. Is a hormone. It is used in most of the vegetable like bottle gourd, bitter gourd, ash gourd, cucumber, tomato. So what happened in this crop? Farmers apply this oxytocin just to increase their size, just to increase their freshness. But what happened? they remain in the vegetable as a residue, then it becomes very harmful for our health. So these are the problem. It is coming. Not only the consumer is suffering, the growers, they also suffer most, because they are suffering from the skin problem and related health problem. And even livestock in the rural areas, they are also suffering seriously. Now, what is the way to protect ourselves? And in this case, organic vegetable can play a major role. So what is organic vegetable? So organic vegetables are the vegetables that are cultivated without applying any chemical fertilizers, synthetic pesticides, or synthetic growth regulators. They mainly depends on animal and plant manure, as well as crop residue recycling. Now, these organic vegetables are free from GMO, means genetically modified or genetically engineered crop. So they are one of the safest vegetable, and they were free from heavy metal toxicity. So if we consume this organic vegetable, they are very safe and healthy. They contain the true nutrition and better taste. So whenever we feel that it is a safe, so our eagerness to eat will be increased. It is a psychological factors. Again, whenever you are purchasing an organic vegetable or make a habit of consuming organic vegetable, you are contributing toward environmental safety. The pesticide application will be reduced. So you feel yourself more responsible person. And it will also reduce the exposure of pesticides to the growers and the livestock, the animals in the surrounding field. So it's a sense of responsibility. Now, different research findings have pointed out these organic vegetables, they are not only safe, they are a very good source of nutrition. There are several nutrients like calcium, magnesium, iron. Their level is much higher in the organic vegetable compared to conventional vegetable. And these phytochemicals, that bioactive compounds, their content are also remain very high. Even vitamin C content, it was found in different research paper, particularly in tomato, cabbage. The vitamin C content in organic vegetable is much more higher than the conventional crop. Same thing for dry matter, because you know this conventional vegetable, we use more of chemical fertilizer, so increase the succulency, the dry matter content reduced. But in case of organic, the dry matter content remain very high. So we also discussed the nitrate toxicity. That is the most health problem. We can eliminate it if we consume the organic vegetable. Even from our sensory attributes, we can select organic, because it is a very good appearance, taste is good, color is good. So it is make a feel good habit. And we feel that we are not using the contaminated food. So it neutralizes the harmful effect. Now, not only from the consumer point of view, the growers also be benefited by producing this organic food, because due to the education level and health awareness among the urban people, so people are now get information regarding the contaminated food and their effect on our health. So most of the urban people, they are searching now the pesticide free or pesticide residue free safe vegetable. So this is the opportunity for the growers. So now they can sell their produce not in their locality but beyond their locality to other district and even other states. Now a lot of restaurants, they are asking for the organic vegetable, and shopping mall. So these are the opportunity for the growers to expand their market. Even contact farming of the local vegetable by organic practices is gradually growing in different villages. So there is a lot of scope in e-marketing also of this organic vegetable. Another very important, when we go for certification by following certain standard and norms, the certified vegetable having a demand for export market. not only in our neighboring states like Bhutan. You know, Bhutan have already banned the import of contaminated conventional vegetables. They are purely now allowing only the organic vegetable. So that is a very good scope. Even in Singapore, Thailand, Nepal, we can export the organic vegetable. Now, the European countries and America, they are exporting a lot of fresh vegetable from India. So if we follow the organic certification standard properly, we can able to send the vegetable to these countries and can earn a lot of profit from vegetable cultivation. Now, another very important point that that consumers are benefited, the growers are benefited, but this system benefit the sustainability of the production system, because this organic vegetable, they work along with nature, in favor of nature, not the against the nature. So it build the soil organic carbon, it builds the soil fertility, it encourages carbon sequestration, it conserves the natural resources. So all these will bring the sustainability of the production system in long run. Our water holding capacity will be increased. The beneficial microbes that are the lifeline of soil, their population will be increased if we adopt the organic practices. Now, nowadays, another very important matter of concern is the loss of biodiversity, because this pressure of conventional crop, growing single crop for maximum profit, we are just eliminating our diversity in the field. But organic practice always encourage to grow multiple crop, diverse crop. They promote inter-specific diversity. So whenever we grow diverse crop, it will attract the beneficial insect, birds, and other animals in the field. So it will increase our farm diversity. The soil microbe population will be increased. So all this beneficial effect will increase the diversity in the area and the environment. In present day time, climate change is a major concern. So government are recommending a lot of measures to mitigate the climate change. And I feel that vegetable cultivation through organic way can be a good practice to minimize the effect of climate change. Because this biodiversity, fine biodiversity, it will prevent the climatic disaster of monocropping. Similarly, the enriched soil, the residue recycling or practice of mulching, they protect the adverse climate like high temperature, the flood,
Excuse me, sir. Can I
drought
interrupt you?
situation.
Excuse me, sir.
So all this will increase.
Excuse me, sir.
Now, yes, just 5 minutes more. I just complete. Now it is a
Yes, sir.
very good opportunity. Yeah, just 5 minutes. It is a very good opportunity to promote the local vegetable, particularly Northeast. You know, there are very branded vegetable like ginger, the Meghalaya turmeric. They are very famous all over world. So we can encourage them for organic production, and their markets are already developed. So it's a good opportunity to take this local vegetable for organic cultivation. And it has good entrepreneurial opportunity, employment generation. Lot of vegetables are involved in marketing more organic produce. Apart from organic, we can use the local youth, educated youth from the farming family to produce the organic manure or the biopesticide for the organic cultivation. Even the advisory service for organic production and certification can bring lot of employment. The value chain management of e-marketing, also a good scope for large scale marketing. But there are some issues are there, organic production. Now, most foremost is the, we are denying the premium price of organic to the farmers, that because still we are not very aware that organic are free from toxicity, we can pay more. And availability of the input is another major concern. We have to compromise the yield in the initial year, and the difficulties of certification is the issue. But from the discussion, we can say that now we have realized the ill effect of contaminated food. So we should eliminate or keep out these contaminated vegetables from our daily diet, and we make a habit. We encourage our family members, our children to use diverse vegetable, organic vegetables to build their immunity. And we should encourage the local vegetables in our food habit, as well as encourage others to local vegetables in their daily diet. We feel that in the post-COVID-19 situation, there will be more demand of safe vegetable, organic vegetable, healthy vegetable. So if we support our farming community to focus on organic production, so we can encourage them to supply quality organic vegetable, and they can uplift their livelihood and economic condition. So if every time we buy an organic vegetable, you are pursuing more farmers to grow organic. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and have a very nice, wonderful day.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your informative and thought-provoking presentation, and also highlighting us the role of vegetable crops in human health. And it is the much need of the hour in this present pandemic situation. Sir, we have a question for you.
Yes.
The question is, it is true the vegetables which are consuming are not contain the proper nutrient nowadays, and the participant want your comment, like he is asking that the vegetables that we consume nowadays it doesn't have the proper nutrition, so they
Yeah.
want your.
Yes, very good question. Actually, what happened? In earlier days, you think about the before the green revolution, what happened? Most of the vegetables were cultivated by using the traditional organic manure. This traditional organic manure, they contain, you know, that a plant need around 17 essential elements for their growth and production of the yield. Now what happened in the current production system? We use selective fertilizers. They only supply the selective nutrients like nitrogen or phosphorus. They are lacking the most of the micronutrients. That is a major concern. So whenever we add more amount of organic manure as a along with the fertilizer, the nutrient content will definitely increase.
So one more question, like nowadays, why we cannot store raw vegetable for 2 to 3 days? It gets spoiled
Yeah,
immediately.
very good question. Because same question, same thing, you know, the vegetables having lot of moisture. So whenever you keep it in the open condition under normal temperature, so the moisture just gradually that it minimize the moisture, it lose the moisture. Why this happened? Because I told you in my lecture that we are using a lot of nitrogenous fertilizer. So this nitrogenous fertilizer increase the succulency, the water content, the dry matter content reduce. You just taste yourself. Whenever you buy this organic vegetable, where more amount of organic manures are used. So you can keep it for longer days because there will be more amount of organic manure. Organic manure means more amount of micronutrients that promote their storability.
Thank you, sir. We have these two questions only. So I, on behalf of organizing committee, once again express our sincere gratitude
So very thank
to
you.
accept our invitation, and thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now I'll hand over the screen to Dr. Arindam Ghosh.
Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. Thank you very much in getting associated with our conference. Just for the participants, I would like to tell, I just read out a message, please listen. Those participants who have missed the feedback of yesterday's sessions will be able to give the feedback today. The link will be provided in the chat section of the YouTube in the third technical session, anytime, not in WhatsApp groups. Please do not ask for the link repeatedly. I repeat, please do not ask for the link repeatedly. We will be providing the link of day 2 anytime in the fourth session. Okay, so we will be providing the link of the day 2 anytime in the 4th session, that is the afternoon session. Please note that certificates will be provided only if you fill up the feedback of both the days. So you have to fill up the feedback of both the days. Also, please note that we will not be in a position to give you reply to your individual WhatsApps and regarding feedback. Yesterday, we have received around 300 queries regarding feedbacks. So please remember that we are not in a position to reply to 300 people or so. The certificates will be provided any day in the month of August. Please remain in the WhatsApp group till August end if you do not receive the certificate. If you do not receive the certificate by the end of August, please mail to us in the official email ID iwcrs2020@gmail.com, not on our personal mails. That is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Hope you understand our problem also. Now I hand over the session to Dr. Iwcras Sharma from the Department of Physics, Don Bosco College. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arindam Ghosh. I am Dr. Iwcras Sharma, and I'll be the moderator for the next talk being delivered by an eminent young scientist in the field of material science and physics, Dr. Sunita. She obtained her PhD in physics from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, India, in 2016. She has 8 research papers to her credit and 2 more on the pipeline. She is currently a postdoctoral fellow at the School of Physical Sciences, University of Chinese Academy of Sciences, China, before which she was a postdoctoral fellow at the Center for Theoretical and Computational Physics, CFTC, University of Lisbon, Portugal. She has served as a research associate at Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research, Bangalore, India. Her current research interest is in the exploration of the basic physics underlying complex phenomena in soft materials, living systems, and the interface between the two fields. And along that line, I believe, is the topic of our talk today: phase ordering of absorbed growths mediated by soft substrate. Without further ado, I gratefully invite Dr. Sunita to give her talk. Madam, please take over. Dr. Sunita, if you are there. I think we are finding it a little difficult to get through to her. Please bear with us. While we are trying to establish communication with Dr. Sunita, meanwhile, we'll be playing a short message from one of our alumni.
It is a great privilege to know that the Bosco College, under the Department of Physics and Internal Quality Assurance Cell, is conducting one of the biggest web conference ever in the Northeast, with the name of International Web Conference on Recent Advances in Science 2020. When it gives me immense pleasure to see that this initiative has been taken. I am Tango Singh, professional football coach working with Indian Super League. It has been a great honor to be the student of Don Bosco College previously, and seeing that big steps have been taken by the college is really, really great. Well, what can I say? I'm in the I'm a good admirer of science myself because I'm also sports scientist is also one of the very, very most important fields now. On this webinar, which is, I think, the biggest ever in Northeast. I wish all the participants, the speakers, the presenters, all the experts who are coming from 4 continents and 14 countries. I think it is a great, great panel of experts. Well, science is very important, as we all know, and not least important at the moment in this pandemic because there are scientists who are working to find vaccines and medicines for the cure of this COVID-19. Well, wish you all the best. I hope this conference webinar will be very, very helpful for the upcoming students who are trying to build their career in science, and of course, for the betterment of the society. Do enjoy, and I wish all of you to have a very good time. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
That was Mr. Thangboy. Thank you, Mr. Thangboy Sinto, coach of various ISL teams. We are proud of you. And now, I would like to invite Dr. Sunita to present her talk. Oh, Dr. Sunita, please unmute yourself. I think it is muted, and it can only be unmuted from your end. I think you are connected now.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, Dr. Sunita, I think you are visible. Yes, madam, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Madam, we are unable to hear your audio. Can you please check your audio once? Hello, madam, we are unable to hear your audio. Can you please check your audio? Madam, generally it is found that using a headphone is troublesome. Can you use the mic from the laptop itself? Oh, we are having a bit of a technical issue. Please bear with us. We'll be online shortly, I think. Yeah. We are trying to establish connection with Dr. Sunita. Please bear with us for a few more minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. So I'm sharing my screen.
Okay, ma'am. Please go ahead. Yes, it is visible.
Can you see now?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Now, both the audio and the video are clear.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the late. So good morning, everyone. First, I would like to thank Dr. Arvindam Ghosh and his team for organizing such a nice conference and for his kind invitation. Here I am presenting my recent work in which I studied the orientational response of anisotropic rigid rods absorbed on the surface of soft elastic substrate. So I am trying to explain how we can use simple rules of physics to explain the biological things in a very simple way without any details of techniques. So to encourage the students. So let's start with the introduction of what is soft elastic material. These materials have softness, flexibility, and they can be easily deformed under the application of external force, such as temperature, electric field, and pH. As shown in this example, these materials are easily available in our everyday life in the form of jelly, hair gel, hand cream, etc. On the other hand, nature also provides a huge variety of soft materials in the form of rubbers made by polymers, hydrogels, and even the cell membranes and the soft tissues found in our body. These materials are often interact with the living organisms, and strongly soft materials change the behavior of living organisms. For example, novel coronavirus deposited on soft material interact very sensitively. They can remain alive up to few hours to few days depending on the nature of soft materials. Biological cells interact with the soft elastic substrate, changes the rigidity, size, and shape of the soft substrate. As a response, these soft material change the orientational direction of living cells. These soft materials are widely used of different field of science. They can be used as a smart surface to enhance the water condensation, and as a anti-icing surface to repel the ice condensation. It can be used as for wound dressing, as a form of bandage, as a form of soft contact lenses, gel tablets, and even in food industries. This is the one of the reason why soft metal is necessary and interesting. So my problem is motivated by a question. If you see this figure, so here paper clip is embedded, floating in a liquid. So this paper clip is creating a deformation field. Both paper clips, these two paper clips are initially not interacting to each other, but due to their weight, they are creating a depression. As a response, this liquid induces an interaction between them. This deformation field superimposed to each other, forming a bigger deformation field. And these two paper clips comes closer and interact to each other. So this is a simple example. It's showing how this liquid induces interaction between two paper clips. So what I am trying to do here, I'm supposing rigid particles are embedded on a soft elastic material. And due to their weight, these rigid particles are creating a stress. As a result, substrate got deformed. So is it possible to get a well-aligned arrangement of rigid particles from the random arrangement? Due to this surface-driven substrate. In order to calculate the elastic displacement in the substrate, we apply a linear theory of elasticity known as Boussinesq theory. This theory is basically for the semi-infinite substrate and for the point-like particle. But in our work, I'm extending this theory for the finite thick substrate and for the particles if they are rod-shaped. So initially, this theory for the point-like particle. So if you see this figure, we started with the point-like particle, which is embedded on a free surface of a substrate at z equal to 0. Here, force is applying on the downward direction. Due to this force applied by the point-like particle, a stress is created. Due to this stress, substrate get deformed. And the corresponding elastic displacement can be calculated by the Nanowaires equation. Here, U is the displacement, which is occurs due to the applied force by the particle. E is Young's modulus. Sigma is Poisson's ratio, which is related to the compressibility of the material. Rho S is the density of the material. In general, this equation, Nanowaires equation, is very difficult to solve. So we introduced Galerkin vector representation method. If we substitute this equation 2 in 1, this equation 1 is transformed in a fourth order differential equation. We further introduce low potential function to solve this Nanowaires equation. With the equation 2, we can easily calculate how much system substrate is deformed in x and y direction as well as in the z direction. This equation 5 and 6 represents how much is the strain in the substrate. Equation number 7 shows the relationship between the stress and the strain. As the force is applied on the z equal to 0 z direction, therefore our boundary condition is only the zz component of the stress will not vanish. And at the lower surface, means when z equal to minus h, here h is the thickness of the substrate, all the elastic displacement component should vanish. To further solve the biharmonic equation, we introduce a Fourier-Bessel transformation method. With this, the low potential function is reduced in the form of equation 10. The solution of equation 10 is written in terms of 4 integral constants a, b, c, and d. To calculate this value of a, b, c, and d, we need 4 equations. With the boundary condition, we can easily calculate the values of a, b, and c, and d. If we know the value of a, b, c, d, we then put these values in this equation, and then we can calculate how much the system is deformed. And the calculated value of the elastic displacement in the radial direction, that is in the x or y direction, or in vertical direction, is expressed by equation 12. Here, if the thickness of the substrate is infinity, means if the substrate is infinitely long, then we will get the standard Boussinesq equation. And the corresponding figure is shown here. which shows the relation between the dependence of vertical strain as a function of substrate thickness. Here, different figures correspond to the different thickness of the substrate. If we focus in this figure, we can easily see that if the thickness of the substrate decreases, the vertical strain also decreases. And if we move towards the lateral direction, means either x or y direction, again the vertical strain decreases. Here, we suppose the force is applied at the origin, means when the R is 0 and Z is 0. Here, force is applied, and this contours shows the how the system deforms. This is the iso deformation curve. It is interesting to see here, as the thickness of the substrate decreases, the contour contraction is approaching towards the Z equal to 0. It means at the point of application, this is the point of application, the deformation is smooth. As we go further, deformation will decrease. This figure 4 shows the deformation due to the 2-point-like forces, which is simply calculated with the principle of superposition, as in case of electrostatic. Here, one point is here and the other point is here. The total deformation is calculated by superposition principle. The deformation field around one particle, just we need to superimpose, or just we need to do some of these deformation. We will get the deformation in vertical direction and in the radial direction due to the 2-point-like forces. This figure shows the how the relationship between the interaction between the 2-point sources as a function of separation between them. Here, R is the separation between the 2 points, equal to R1 minus R2. R1 is the location of point 1 and R2 is the location of point 2 for the different value of Poisson ratio. So in this figure, we can see when the H by R approaches to infinity, means when the H by R is greater, this H sigma, that is the interaction between the 2 points, is high. When H by R is large, it means R is less, means 2 points are close. The 2 points are close, then it means the interaction between them is high. When H by R decreases, we get 0. It means when the 2 points are very far to each other, there is no interaction between them. For the smaller value of H by R, we get the negative value, which shows that there is a cutoff, which is related to the screening effect of the substrate. Now I am extending for a system which consists of 2 rods. First I started with a point light, now I am studying with the 2-rod system. So these 2 rods are embedded on a substrate of finite thickness, and these 2 rods are oriented in XY plane and creating a deformation. You can see this shadow. This is due to the load of these 2 rods. We assume here these 2 rods are identical in all aspects, but they are different only with respect to their orientation. So, in order to describe these 2 rods, we choose 3 parameters. R1 and R2 describe the center of mass of these 2 rods. S1 and S2 describe the location of any point in these 2 rods. N1 and N2 describe the orientation of the rod in XY plane. So here we assume these 2 points interact via a pairwise potential. So any 2 points in this rods interacting via a pairwise potential, which is given by here. So total interaction between these 2 rods will be the sum of the pairwise interaction between these 2 rods along their length. And the total interaction, effective elastic interaction between these 2 rods, is given by this equation. Here P1 and P2 is the normal force density induced by the rod 1 and 2 respectively. So, and then we extended this equation by using Taylor series expansion up to the 2nd order. By integrating with respect to S1 and S2, then all the odd powers of the S1 and 2 will vanish. This figure 7 shows the relationship between the interaction between 2 rods as a function of separation between them. When H by R tending to infinity, means when H by R is high, R is the separation between two rods, and H by R is high. What does it mean? It means R is less. It means 2 points are close. When the 2 points are close, the interaction between them is a constant. When R is increases, means when the particles are far away to each other, there is no interaction between them. Then we have F sigma equal to 0. It means there is no interaction. But in between that, when the H by R lies in between 0 to 1, again get a negative value, which shows that there is a cutoff. From this figure, we can see that Poisson ratio means substrate property is also very influential to describe the interaction between the rods on the surface. But this sigma is effective only the smaller value of H by R. But this is not very for our interest, because we are interested for the macroscopic region. That means H by R must be greater than 1. So for H by R, if is greater than 1, there is sigma is not very effective. Now I extended my model for a system which consists of n identical rods. Here we assume these rods are deposited on a surface of substrate at xy plane and at z equal to 0. Again, the thickness of the substrate we assume is minus h. These rods are identical in all respects, but their position and orientation is different to each other. As you can see here, all rods creating a deformation field. What happened? They are destroying this substrate. They are deforming this substrate. And after some time, this deformation will couple to each other and forming a big deformation field. As a result, these particles started interact with each other. Means this deformed substrate induces a long-range interaction between them. So what I'm trying to study here. So is it possible to get a well arrangement from this random arrangement? Here we assume the two rods are interacting as we described earlier as a pairwise Bosonian interaction. The total interaction energy between these rods are described by this equation. Here mu and nu represents the particle identification. I, J, K, L, and L is used for the particle coordination, which describe where is the particle is. After that, we calculate the partition function. This is used to calculate how the system is arranged. This partition function is explained in terms of the inverse thermal energy and the interaction between the rods. Here is the product is overall the partner rods, and the integration is overall the system configuration. And then we introduce a field representation method, which is a function. Sorry?
Due to short time, can you please wind up in about 5 minutes?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So this field representation method we describe as in terms of P, Pi, Qij, and sigma. And then we adopt the minimization scheme. We minimize this equation with respect to these parameters, and we get two scalar quantities and two tensor quantities. From these two tensor equation, we further get this Qij. This Qij describes how much system is arranged, means how much ordering in between the rods. This is a two-dimensional Nippendic ordering because our system is two-dimensional. Here, if you can see easily, the rods are deposited on the surface. This means our system is 2D. From this equation, we can recognize the Mayer-Soke equation, where Cr is the density of the rods, and this equation 18 represents the tensor molecular field. Here, S is the proportional to the orientational ordering of the rods. Orientational ordering of the rods is given by equation 19, and the solution of this equation is simply a minimum of the free energy, which is described by equation 20. If we plot equation 19, we get continuous isotropic nematic transition at the critical value of A2Cr. If this value is 32.04, we get a continuous transition. It means if this is above than 32, we will get a nematic ordering, means particles are now arranged in a well manner. Below 32, then we will get an isotropic, means there is a random like arrangement. This graph 9A shows the relationship between free energy function of other parameter. So it shows that for the higher values of A2CR, means when the A2CR is greater than 32, we get a continuous transition. Means that we get a nematic phase. Below this, there is no there is no well arrangement. There is no nematic phase. We get a random like arrangement of the rocks. So now I try to conclude. So we can see that here the rods strongly influence the soft material. As a result, this soft material changes their direction. So we can see say that the deformed substrate can change the orientation of the rods. We can get lyotropic, isotropic, nematic phase. Then so the system stable the nematic phase is. So here we expect our model can be used to describe the biological cells and their interaction with the elastic forces. May be used as a model system to describe the behavior of hydrogels as well as the soft tissues. So I describe here how a linear elastic theory can describe the complex phenomena of soft materials. Just to here I'm not getting very technical, just I skip most of the equations too so that the students can easily understand. So now I'd like to stop my talk. Thank you. Hello.
Yes, madam. Thank you so much for that informative talk. I also thank you on behalf of the organizing committee of the IWCRS 2020 for taking out your valuable time to be here sharing your research with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now
For
the next session, I would like to invite Dr. Sandeep Paul Chaudhary to take over. Dr. Sandeep, if you're there.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
So, very good afternoon. It's exactly at noon time. We are a bit 15 minutes late with the event, but we are deeply honored and privileged to have Dr. Venki P. Krishnan with us. He has received his PhD degree from the University of Washington, Seattle, USA in the year 2007. And after that, he has been in different postdoctoral positions at the Tufts University and Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. He joined TIFR Center for Applied Mathematics in the year September 2011, where he holds his current position of associate professor. His research interests are in inverse problems, partial differential equation, image reconstruction, and micro-local analysis. We're deeply privileged to have him with us, and his title for the talk would be Inverse Problem and Imaging Techniques. So I'd like to hand over the session to Dr. Venki P. Krishnan to enlighten us with his lecture. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the nice introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir. Yeah.
Okay. And I'll also share my screen.
Right, sir.
Can you see now?
Yes, sir. It's visible. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and thank you very much. And it's a great pleasure and honor to be here to take part in this conference, the web conference, which is a new trend nowadays. Before I begin, I would like to thank Professor Arindam Ghosh and the other organizers for the very kind invitation to be part of this web conference. So the talk that I'm going to give is on inverse problems and imaging techniques or imaging applications. So I'll give actually two mathematics. So it's a mathematically oriented talk. And before I begin, I just want to set my timer. Yeah. Okay. So so the thing is, so I'm going to give two mathematical techniques involved in this. One involves ray transform techniques, and the other involves partial differential equations techniques. So anyway, so let's begin. So I want to begin by showing some reconstructed images. So this technically falls into the field of what is called as image processing, but we are actually going to focus on more on the mathematical sides mathematical aspect of it, and it's only going to be a part of what goes on into these. Okay, so this is one of the first X-ray images ever recorded. It's actually the X-ray image of Ranjan's hand, actually Ranjan's wife's hand. And this is actually the slice-by-slice reconstruction of a person's brain. So this is actually not a normal-looking brain in the sense that this person had a degenerative brain disease. So, but anyway, so the point here is that you can actually get very, very fine features of these slice-by-slice reconstructions of a person's brain. And the third is, the picture that I'm going to show is actually it's widely available. It's the radar image of Washington, D.C. So you can actually see that there are a lot of buildings that you can actually, you can see bridges. You can see, if you're careful, and if you observe, you can actually see, I think, the Pentagon. And so it's actually very, very fine feature. So, as I mentioned before, what goes on into this, given the data to actually reconstruct this image, it falls into the field of what is called as image processing, but we'll focus more on the mathematical aspects of these. Okay, so roughly speaking, what is an inverse problem? So an inverse problem, so in this, what we have is a probe is directed towards or sent inside an object. So for instance, it could be in the form of X-rays, which we saw in the case of the X-ray image of the hand, or it could be in the form of pressure waves. I'll have an example of that. Electromagnetic waves in the case of radar imaging, and electric current. I'll also have, which has applications in mammography. And what happens is that this probe interacts with the medium, and either it reflects or it goes through. And just one such measurement is not going to give you enough information. So you have to do this several times in probably several different directions. And based on this, assuming that you have enough data, so then you do some mathematical algorithms behind it to actually reconstruct the shape or the structure. So this is what goes on after you receive the data. So after you receive the data, so then you do some mathematical processing to actually get this. So my point is what goes on in the field of in the algorithm side. So there's a lot of mathematics involved, very interesting mathematics involved, and this is what I'm going to focus on. And this is what is the field of inverse problems. So typically what it involves is recovering certain coefficients of a partial differential equation, PDE for short, or it involves recovering the coefficients or inverting an integral equation. Now, there are interesting aspects to both sides of it. And what I want to show is one example of an integral equation type inversion and one example involving a partial differential equations type inversion. Okay, so let me start by showing some imaging modalities. Some of you may have already seen these if you have been to hospitals, but nevertheless. So this is the computerized tomography. So the patient actually sits on this the blue looking, the bed, and then if you see the dark, okay, I'm not able to show this in the. So if you see the dark part, that is where so you go in and out. It's like a sliding bed, and then the X-rays are actually sent out from the dark circular region. So I actually have a better picture here. So here. So the patient is lying down, and you see the X-ray detectors, and X-rays are sent out. That's in the form of those blue waves. Okay, and the other type is ultrasound reflection tomography. So in this case, waves are sent inside a medium, and what happens is that the waves go, and then when it encounters, if there are no inhomogeneities in the medium, that is, for instance, if the tissues are all uniformly tissues, but and no let's say tumor-like regions or some abnormalities, then the waves would just pass through. But if there are some abnormalities inside the region, so then what it actually does is it hits and then comes back. So the one that goes in are indicated by the red the red circles because they progress in spheres, and then when you slice it down, it actually, the slice on a plane is going to be a circle, and then they actually come back. They come back when it reflects off an object, which is indicated in blue dot there. It actually comes back, which are indicated in green. And a slightly different case in which if you have the transmitter and the receiver separated is shown in the right, but let's not focus too much on that. But this is basically, roughly speaking, what goes on in ultrasound reflection tomography. So this, you must have seen a doctor or a radiologist, putting some gel and then, moving it over your body, right? For instance, your stomach, typically this is done. Okay, thermoacoustic tomography. So in this case, what happens is that, I mentioned something about pressure waves. So there is some pressure waves involved here. So basically what happens is that in this case, again, high energy radiation is sent in. And the assumption here is that if you have cancerous regions versus non-cancerous regions, so the cancerous regions absorb more of this radiation. And when more of this radiation is absorbed, then there is an expansion. And when there is an expansion, so then the cancerous part expands significantly more than the normal looking tissues. And when there is an expansion, then the pressure waves are sent out. So actually I have a better picture here. So it's what it is. So the energy is sent in, there is heating because there is substantially more absorption in a cancerous region. And that causes an expansion because that part is getting heated. Just 1 second. Sorry, somebody is calling me. Just 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. So so it actually causes this expansion, and then the pressure waves are sent out. Okay, so this is this is thermoacoustic tomography, and now in the case of synthetic aperture radar imaging, so in this case electromagnetic waves are sent in. So this is in the form of these green, so the waves go in from an airplane, and then it reflects off buildings, which are indicated in red there. And based on this, so this is what you saw in the Sandia National Laboratories picture. So based on collecting this information, you want to recover or you want to reconstruct buildings, the shape of it, height of it, etc. So that so what goes behind it, that we will focus on some aspects of it. Okay, this is again very interesting, intravascular imaging. So if you have been eating a lot of pizzas and burgers and all those things, so this is what happens to your to the inner wall of your arteries. That there is actually this plaque buildup, which are indicated in that the top right image. You can see some yellow. That's a plaque buildup. And so what the radiologist does is that they send a very tiny catheter, which is indicated in blue there. And this catheter, they actually sends out these ultrasound waves, and then based on that, and then it reflects. So for instance, one way to look at it is that if there is plaque buildup, then the waves which are reflected from the plaque is going to arrive sooner compared to the normal looking part of the artery wall. So based on this, but you want a little bit more. You actually want to know what is the shape, how much is it, things like that. So you need to do some mathematical processing. So this goes on in intravascular imaging. It also goes in. This is also the basic imaging mechanism in intrarectal imaging to see if there is polyp buildup and things like that. Okay, and something similar also happens in sonar, but here the difference is that this is actually a 3D imaging technique compared to the previous case, which was actually a 2D imaging technique. Okay, so in sonar, what happens very quickly is that you have this boat, and then they have these acoustic guns, and then they send in these acoustic waves, and these are picked up by this tail buoy. There are these black dots there, which are these the receivers, And based on that, you want to do some mathematical processing to see if for instance, to image the seabed, or if there is a submarine, or if there is a shape, to reconstruct the shape of the submarine. This is also used, for instance, in oil detection, things like that. Okay, now this one is slightly different, and I'm actually going to focus this in the latter part of the talk, which is called as electrical impedance tomography. So in this case, what happens is that you want to send, so you have these electrode belts, through which tiny amount of electricity is passed into the human being, and based on that information, you want to see if you want to reconstruct the interior. You want to map the interior. For instance, can you see for it, using this mechanism, can you actually see if you can detect cancerous regions? So this is actually a widely used technique in mammography, and I'll actually focus on this in the latter half of the talk. Okay, so as I promised, I want to focus on two mathematical transforms which actually go behind these imaging techniques. One is I have actually chosen a simple one, which is the X-ray transform, which is used in CT scans. And actually, CT scans use a little bit more, but the mathematical basis behind it is actually already will be evident here. And the other thing that I want to focus on is electrical impedance tomography, which is the basis of this picture was based on that. Okay, so X-ray transform. So X-ray transform, so you see, so you have these transmitters which are indicated in green, and then the receivers which are indicated in red. And so what you want is you want to send in these X-rays, and as an approximation, you can assume that the X-rays travel in straight lines. And so for instance, just intuitively, let's say there is a dense region like a bone compared to a tissue, which is like a less dense region. So then the intensity with which you send in the X-rays and the intensity with which you have received the X-rays. Now you expect that if it passes through a soft tissue region, that the intensity with which it actually received is higher compared to passing through a bone region. So this is one of the basis for which you actually the X-rays that bone, the people who want to, there's a fracture in the bone, the way they see it is through this, because a crack in the bone creates a gap, and through the gap, the intensity with which the X-rays actually are received is higher compared to the bone region. So there is something called this Beer's law, which is what I have actually indicated here. The relative decrease in intensity is actually proportional to the distance traveled, and the proportion is that mu of x, which is the attenuation coefficient. Now, from the mathematical point of view, if you can recover the attenuation coefficient, then you have the information about the interior part of the object, right, that you're trying to recover. So this is also the basis, as I told you, in CT scanning. Now, when you see an equation like this, delta I by I is equal to minus mu of x delta x. This minus indicates the fact that the intensity decreases as the X-rays go in. Now, from undergraduate calculus, you know that when you see this, immediately you have to integrate, right? So you integrate, but now the point here is that the integral is along the line L, which is connecting, let's say, the first green dot here, and let's say any of these red dots. So you connect a line, and so you know the intensity with which you send in the X-rays. You also know the intensity with which you receive the X-rays, and that is given by this I final and I initial, and this ln here is a natural log. And so basically what you have is that this equation, from this equation, the left hand side is known. The right hand side, you don't know what the coefficient mu is. That's what you're trying to recover. But what you have given is the line integral of the attenuation coefficient along possibly all lines or some certain subset of lines. So now we can forget about this X-ray imaging. We just focus just on the mathematical problem. So the mathematical problem is the following. You don't know a function, but you are given the line integral connecting any 2 points of that particular function. Now, can you do some mathematical techniques to actually recover the function? So I'm going to show you one nice idea. So the X-ray transform. So now I'm going to forget about the X-ray, as I told you about the X-ray transform part. I'm just going to focus just on the X-ray transform, which is given here. IF, F is a function that you want to recover. You don't know the function, but you're given this IF, which is the line integral of F starting at the point X in the direction theta. Now, one thing that you can do is you can take the Fourier transform. You must have seen this, in your mathematics classes. So take the Fourier transform. So suppose you take the Fourier transform, but you're taking the Fourier transform just in the X variable. So theta is fixed. You're just taking the Fourier transform in the X variable. And so that's because it's an n-1 dimensional Fourier transform. So that's the reason why you have this 1 over 2 pi to the n-1 by 2. So usually you see 2 pi, 1 over 2 pi to the n by 2. But here it's n-1 by 2 for precisely this reason. So it's the integral over the plane perpendicular to theta, which is given by theta perp. And now if you have this, so now, so IF of x theta is given over here. So now it's just a simple change of variable formula. And then what you have is you have that IF hat, the Fourier transform, because IF is known. So the left-hand side here is known. IF hat is known. And what you're interested in is F. But through this particular formula, you can actually do an inversion to actually recover F. Okay, but there is an even nicer or even better approach. So the better approach is the following. So you consider, you define the so-called dual of I, which is, so I have given the formula here. For those who have been in mathematics classes, so this is what we call as the L2 adjoint of I, the ray transform, and that is given by I star. I star G of X is given by the integral. So different communities call this by different names. For instance, in the mathematical community, this is called the adjoint. In the image processing community, this is what is called as a back projection. So the formula is given there. So now one of the things that people typically do is when you have I and I star, you just try to do the composition. And this requires a little bit of work, but I have shown here the steps. So you can actually show that I star IF is actually equal to 2 by mod x to the n-1, and then convolve. So this is a function, 2 over mod x to the n-1, convolve with the function f. And the fact that you get this mod x to the n-1 comes from the change of variable formula, right? Because, so I have shown here the steps. If you look at the last part over here, it's integral over Sn-1 and then integral from 0 to infinity, f of x plus t theta dt d theta. But now what you want to do is you want to change from dt d theta, you want to change it back to the Euclidean coordinates. But the change of variable formula would involve a t to the n-1 dt d theta. And that t to the n-1 accounts for this mod x to the n-1 in the denominator. Okay, so now once you have this, now if you have a convolution, so now signal processing people would immediately know that if you have a convolution, then in the Fourier side, it actually is multiplication. And that's exactly what we're going to do, right? So maybe I skip this step. Yeah, okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to consider, so if you have a convolution in the base space, then what you do is in the Fourier side, it translates to multiplication. So the standard approach now is to take the Fourier transform. So I have it here exactly. So now you take the Fourier transform. So now once you take the Fourier transform, so then what you have? So then because it's a convolution, in the Fourier transform side, I told you it's a multiplication. So it's the Fourier transform of 1 over mod x to the n-1 and the Fourier transform of f, which we call it as f hat. Now all that you need to do is to figure out what is the Fourier transform of 1 over mod x to the n-1. And this requires a little bit of, we don't need to worry too much about it, but you can take this for granted. You can actually verify it yourself that the Fourier transform of 1 over mod x to the n-1 is actually mod c to the minus 1 or 1 over mod c. Now once you have this, now you just multiply it by, now we know what to do, right? So I have just written f hat on the one side and then everything else on the other side. And now you do the inverse Fourier transform. Now, when you take the inverse Fourier transform, because you have a mod C over here, that corresponds to minus Laplacian to the half. So it's actually a fractional Laplacian. There are several ways of interpreting this. One is what is called as a Rees potential. The other is to consider this as a pseudo differential operator. But I just want to leave you with just this. The fact that minus Laplacian to the half is actually bad news. And this only happens in 2 dimensions, or actually it happens in even dimensions. In the even dimensions, you have fractional Laplacians. In the odd dimensions, I haven't shown you the odd dimensional case. In the odd dimensions, it actually is the local operator, which is just the Laplacian or power of the Laplacian. Now, what it means from the point of view, so what is the difference, or what is the fundamental difference that we should worry about? The fundamental difference that we should worry about is that because you have a fractional Laplacian, what it means is that in order to recover the function f at a particular point, you also need to pass X-rays along rays far away from that point. And why is this bad? See, X-rays are ionizing radiation. So you want to minimize your exposure to X-rays as much as possible, right? But what this formula is telling us is that, well, if you want to have an exact reconstruction, then you need to have information along all lines, even lines far away from the point that you're trying to reconstruct. So there are these, it's even now a very active area. So there are what are called as local reconstruction methods, but of course you cannot reconstruct the entire function because the function f is given by this particular formula. But you try to recover, discontinuities, and it's still a very active area. So I'll just leave you with this. Now I want to switch in the time that I have. I want to switch to electrical impedance tomography. So this is a picture that you already saw. So let me just tell you what was the motivation for this. So,
sir, apologies for the interruption. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
So motivated by electrical prospection. So what Alberto Calderon asked is that, can I make by making steady state voltage and current measurements at the boundary, can I recover the conductivity? So the conductivity, so he was interested to use this imaging technique to discover oil, because he was working for the oil industry. So mathematically speaking, the problem boils down to the following: is that now you have the conductivity equation, which is divergence of gamma grad u is equal to 0, and then this is the voltage. This F here is the voltage. Now what you're interested in is to recover the conductivity gamma, and what you have is the boundary measurement operator, which is given by n gamma, which is you set the voltage at the boundary, and then you try to find the outgoing current flux, the steady state current flux, which is given by gamma du du. Now you can do this for as many measurements as possible, and from this information you want to recover the conductivity gamma. But this is actually a very, very difficult problem. The reason being that you're actually trying to do an inversion of a nonlinear map from 2 different function spaces. Now, even trying to invert linear maps from one function space to another function space is already hard. This is actually an inversion of a nonlinear map. So when you have difficulty inverting a nonlinear map, you try to do the linearization. So let me just skip over this. So the basic idea that Calderon did was to actually linearize this map, and he actually, so when you do the linearization, you end up with the following equation, this dq gamma that I have written there. And at least what he tried to see was whether he can actually try to recover the perturbation delta. And what you want is, so what you have is you have this gradient u square, where u now are harmonic functions. So the reason why you get harmonic functions there are because you have linearized near constant conductivities. And what he does is the following, is that he introduces these special solutions, what are called as complex. Okay, this is not a complex geometric optic solution, but these are special solutions of the form e to the I x dot zeta. Now, if this has to be a solution, then zeta dot zeta has to be equal to 0. And what he shows is that from this, we can actually recover the Fourier transform of the perturbation. Now, I just want to end up with one slide. Now, the invertibility of the nonlinear map was also shown by a significant development of this technique. And the special solutions that Sylvester and Ullman, by the way, is my former advisor. So is what they call the solutions that they introduce are what are called as complex geometric optics solutions. But the nonlinear map has also been studied. In dimensions bigger 3 and higher, it's easier. In dimensions 2, it is significantly harder. And in a different context, I can talk about the 3 and the 2-dimensional cases separately. But I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We did have an affinity towards maths because most of us are from science. We do have one question from Dr. T.A. Sukanta. In his words, the question is, explain how X-ray is used in crystallography of nanoparticle. I guess it's a very broad question, but if you can answer that, sir.
Okay, X-rays are used in nanoparticles. Okay, the thing is, I'm more from the mathematical side. Actually, I don't know. I'm sure this is used somewhere, but I study more of the mathematical aspects of these questions. So I'm sorry for my ignorance, but I don't know.
Right, sir. Yeah. So thank you so much, sir. We are privileged to have you with us. And I'd like to hand over the session to Dr. Arindam Ghosh for now.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Venki.
Thank you.
Word, thanks from the this one convener of the program. I just like to thank, thank you, sir. So I would like to thank two of my very close friends, Mr. Matthias Marak and Mr. Sovik Sanyal, who has been constantly helping us financially as well as technically also. Now, I go on to present the next speaker, that is Dr. Rekha Raja. Dr. Rekha Raja obtained her bachelor's degree from Jalpaiguri Golf Engineering College, India in 2007, master's degree from Bengal Engineering and Science University, India in 2009, and PhD degree from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, India in 2016. From 2016 to 2018, she worked as a scientist at Innovation Lab, Tata Consultancy Service, Noida, India. She did her postdoctoral research at the University of California, Davis, USA from 2018 to 2019. Currently, she is working as a senior researcher at Robotics and Computer Vision Group at the Wageningen University and Research, Netherlands. She has published 10 international journal papers and 15 international conference papers. Her research interests include robotics, artificial intelligence, robot motion planning, computer vision, machine learning, deep learning, etc. So these are all the burning topics nowadays. So though she is basically from a physical science background, but her title of the talk will be Robotics in Agriculture and Food Sciences. So it's a blend of both physical science and biological science. I welcome her to this conference. Ma'am, the time is yours now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arindam, for such a nice introduction, and thank you for organizing this international conference.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I also would like to thank the whole team of Don Bosco College, Tura, for helping you organizing this. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share my experience in robotics in agriculture and food science. Um, and thank you for a nice introduction, Dr. Arindam. But I
Okay,
just
thank you, ma'am.
want to add a little bit in that.
Yes, sure.
Yes, I come from a small village that is called Pundibari, that is part of Kuch Bihar district in West Bengal.
Yes, ma'am. That is very close. Not that close. Yeah, it is about 400 kilometers from our place. So you are one of our nearest speakers, basically. Thank you, ma'am.
Nice to know that.
Yeah.
And the place is known for Uttar Banga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. Dr. Ranjit Chatterjee worked there, so he gave his
Yes, yes.
presentation before. So I grew up there, and since my childhood, I felt a very strong connection with agriculture. Although I didn't get opportunity to study science in agriculture, but I'm working on technology that can advance the agricultural science and food science. So today, I'm going to talk about robotics in agriculture and food science. Before starting with the presentation, I would like to ask participants, especially students, please prepare your questions and ask your questions in the chat. So hopefully I'll be able to answer your questions at the end of my presentation. But before you ask any questions, I have a questions for you. Like, what is robot? What is the definition of robot? What do we understand robot? Is it a human-like creature as it shown here, or is it something else? Let me tell you, the shape of robot can be anything. Shape of robot can be like this. The left figure, that is the robot manipulator. So it's not something that it is a human-like creature. Now the question is, can we define robot from its appearance? My answer is no. Its appearance vary depending on the task it has to perform or depending on the situation where you want robot to be. So a robot is basically a machine that can be programmable by computer, which is capable of carrying complex tasks autonomously without any human intervention. As I said, a robot can be in any shape depending on its task and situation, and the application of robots vary from manufacturing industry to entertainment industry. Today, I will only focus on the agricultural robot, how robots are relevant in agriculture and food sciences, and why do we need robot in this sector? Why do we need automation? What are the advantages of doing robotics and applying robot in each of the sectors? So we need automation because there are labor shortage. There are labor shortage. Labor means here skilled labor, not any kind of labor. Especially in developed countries, people are having this labor shortage. And because of that, wages are going much more higher than previous, which is increasing the production cost. As well as nowadays, I mean, populations are increasing so much in this world that people are expecting by 2050 there will be 9 billion population in the world, and there will be high demand for the food, and we need to satisfy everyone, we need to feed everyone with the food. And the current production system we have in agriculture and food sector, that is not sufficient to feed 9 billion people. So we need to have faster production system than ever. And there are some repetitive tasks in agriculture and food sector, like people do repetitive tasks, repetitive in the sense just to pick one object from one place and keep it to the another place. So sometimes it happens that people stand 8 to 9 hours and do the same thing. So people don't like to do repetitive work. So those in those type of tasks, we can replace the human by robot. But why we see that there are still human working in those sections? Because there is humans are much more flexible than robot, and human can maintain the hygiene and the food quality which we require. Robots are not that flexible to handle those things. And if we use the robot, the main advantage is it will increase the production cost, as well as it will reduce the cost of production. And what is the role of technology in agriculture? You see, people have started with the plough to mow the field, and then they find that it is very heavier to handle. Then they introduce this cow to do the same thing. Still, they need more speed, and they invented this tractor to do the same thing. But still, nowadays this tractor is driven by human, and people are thinking that what if tractor can go in the field without any human driver. So that will be amazing. So people are working towards that, and people are trying to invent a driverless tractor. And the role of the technology, what will be the future of the agricultural field? What we can do with the technology? We can connect each and every device with one single computer, like this tractor, this track. There can be different tractors in different fields. We can control those tractor by sitting at home in computer, from one computer. So people are thinking to build system like this, because nowadays technology is so advanced. There are so many um, IoT sensors, data analysis, sensing technology. Then there is AI, machine learning. By using those technology, people can build this kind of system. But there are challenges in agriculture. That in agricultural field, there are so many variations. If you see in this picture, there are occlusion. If I want to harvest these peppers, there are leaves. We can easily see the peppers as human, because human has these two eyes. But if robot has to perform this similar task, we need to put this sensor like eyes on the robot, so that robot can see and identify the peppers and avoid these leaves, avoid the occlusion, and can harvest the peppers. So there are so many things robot has to do. And in outside, there are illumination problem. So sometimes if there are so much light, we can't see anything. So robot has to avoid those occlusion, those illumination. And there are so many variations in the fruits in the field. Like the fruits can be of different sizes, different colors. So those things has to handle by the robot. And what is the role of the technology? Initially, we we used to do this roti making using firewoods. Then we invented the gas. We now make roti using gas. And then this roti maker came. People have invented this. Some of you might be using this roti maker to make roti. And now in industry, people are using this roti maker machine to produce roti in mass. And for the packaging, people have used this robot to package the roti. So technology is advancing so much. And in food sector, starting from making the food, processing the food, and packaging the food, uh, industries are using robots everywhere. But there are again technical challenges in food sector. There are lots of variations, temperature, shape, occlusions, colors, sizes, and there are temperature difference, everything that has to handle. We as a human, we are so intelligent, we can handle many things, but for robot, we need to introduce all this intelligence into the robot so that robot can perform the similar task in similar ways. So I'll show you some of the practical applications in the domain of agriculture and food sector, where we can use robot and robot or machine learning or AI. AI here, I mean artificial intelligence. Like for disease detections, this is the common problem all over the world. There are diseases in vegetables, fruits. So farmer faces a lot of problems because of this disease. Nowadays, we are using deep learning algorithms to detect this disease. What deep learning algorithm does basically, they take images and they process images, and the deep learning algorithm has the capability to identify the disease in the vegetables or leaves. Even the algorithm can detect the ripeness. Suppose when we need to harvest the fruits or harvest the vegetables, by developing the algorithm, we can estimate the time. We can estimate the ripeness of the tomato, let's say, and we can estimate when the tomato is gonna ripe so that we can harvest. So that elevates the whole process of supply chain, and that helps farmers. I'll show another example that this is the autonomous weeder robot. So in every field, in every agricultural field, you will see that there will be weeds that has to be removed. So we put lot of manual labors to remove those weeds. But what if we can build a robot which can detect the weeds in the field and which can kill the weeds automatically? So this robot basically, what it does, it takes image, it detects where is crop, where is weeds, and it spray on the weeds, spray herbicides on the weeds so that that can be killed. But previously, it was done by humans. Humans went into the field and identify where is weeds, and at that particular location, he or she sprayed so that weed can be killed. I'll present some of our work, what we are doing. So we have also developed one weeding robot, which can go into the field, which can identify, like here you can see, this is the lettuce field. Robot can take image and then identify the lettuce and the weeds. These, all the green parts are weeds. identify the weeds, and the robot has the capability to spray herbicide on these weeds so that weed can be killed. Here I'll show you one video that how we perform this. In the laboratory setup, we have first experimented this, that here yellow part is considered as crop and all the green parts are considered as weeds. And you see in all the green parts, the robot has sprayed the herbicide. So that's how we conducted a laboratory experiment. And then we went with the real plants. Here, this is the lettuce plant, and all the other plants you see, those are the weeds. And robot is successfully able to spray herbicides on the weeds. So we have conducted laboratory experiment, and now we are trying to conduct in field experiment. Here also you can see the big flower is considered as crop and the small plants considered as weeds. So it has successfully sprayed all the weeds by saving the big flowers. Okay. So this is another experiment we did for the tomato field. The same thing, we detected the tomato plants and we cut all the other weeds. You can see in the right image that to detect the tomato plants is very difficult here for us, for as a human, to identify which is the tomato leaf and which is the weeds. It is so much difficult. So you can imagine how difficult it would be for the robot to identify, to differentiate the crops and weeds. Here you can see the video. In this case, we have used the mechanical knife to cut the weeds. So the robot is successfully able to detect all the tomato plants and cut the weeds. This is another example. We are working in this university. Currently, I'm working in. Here we are trying to automate the meat processing factory. Here you can see in the line there are lots of humans constantly standing on that place for 8 to 9 hours, and they are just picking chicken piece from bin and keep it to the conveyor. They are doing same thing whole day, but they don't like. Even the weather is not good here. Weather is very cold. So for this kind of work, we can easily replace humans with the robots. And we are working on this process. So to begin with, we have just developed deep learning algorithm to detect the chicken pieces. So here you can see the algorithm is successfully able to detect all the chicken pieces in an image. So work is in progress now. And currently I'm working on a FlexCrab project that is applicable in 3 sectors. One is in greenhouse, another is food processing, and the other one is food packaging. In greenhouse, we are trying to work with the tomato crop. We are trying to build robot which can harvest the tomato. And for food processing, we are working with the chicken processing factory. We are trying to automate the whole chicken factory. And for food packaging, we are trying to package cookies by the robot. So we are trying to we are trying to automate the whole food packaging factory. And I'll show you some of the works around the world people are doing on this agro-food robotics. Like this is the video I'll show for rose harvesting. So one company is working on this rose harvesting. They have developed a robot which can go deeper into the rose garden and successfully pick the rose. I mean, for human to go into the rose field is very difficult. So they have built this robot to harvest each of the roses. Then this is the video we have in our university. There is another group. They are working on this. They are trying to harvest the peppers with the robot. So people will go into the greenhouse and identify the peppers and harvest it autonomously without any human intervention. And this is the video, pepper packaging, pepper processing in the factory. See, robot is how nicely picking each of the peppers and putting it to the another place. As I said, these are very repetitive work, and human gets bored with this work. So people are trying to automate this kind of works in the factory. Then this is the strawberry harvesting robot. One company, that is Octinian, developed this robot to harvest the onion. Sorry, not onions, strawberry. Just see how nicely this robot is picking strawberry. There are other applications like drone. Recently, China ET Agricultural Brain, a digital tool that lets farmer digitally record information about yield in order to better leverage the entire production cycle, raising efficiency and capacity. Even Indian government is working on this drone system, but in application is in different field, that is in defense field. Indian government is putting a lot of money on developing the drone technology for defense purpose. But we can also develop drone technology for agricultural purpose if that is required in India. I'll show another application, that is this robot collects eggs from the floor. It is very difficult for human to go around and collect each of the eggs. So this robot go and then collects egg. This is developed by our university here. Then there is this bread making robot. One Japanese company, Kawasaki, they have developed this bread making robot. See how nicely this robot is cutting, is designing on the bread. See? There is another company, Maekawa. This is also a Japanese company. They develop robots to process the chicken. You can see this robot is constantly picking the robots and picking the chicken piece and hanging meat into the shackle to process the meat.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Can you wind up in another 2 minutes, because we have questions also.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, I just have 2 slides more. Yeah. So what are the opportunities we have using the technologies? like we can support the human beings, or we can replace some of the work which human finds very difficult to do, and then we can do more precise or more often things. We can fast the processing of agricultural production. Also, we can redesign the agricultural system, something like this. In the building, we can develop the whole agricultural system so that farmer doesn't have to go to the field and work, like the whole greenhouse. And the same technology we can use in the other field as well, like in space technology, in car manufacturing industry, in autonomous car. All these computer vision and robotics can be applicable to other fields. So it's not necessarily that this has to be applicable only in agricultural food sector. The same technology we can apply in different fields. Yeah. But the main important questions is, are these technologies helpful for Indian farmers? And what are the problems Indian farmers are facing? And how we can help our farmers through the technology? So these are the questions we should try to find answers. Thank you. Thank you for attention. And I'll love to answer your questions. Let me just
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, very much. With so much of colorful slides, so many graphics, and very, very nice information. It was quite different from the other basic sciences which we were taking into account from the other presenters. Thank you, ma'am, once again. Now, there are 3 questions, but I think already one question has come up in your slides that was asked by Kunut Ansari. It was asked by Samar Saha. Will robotics technology are economically viable for Eastern India? So, ma'am, a very short answer from your side.
Okay. Maybe at the moment, it is. I mean, we as a very small human being, you can say small in the sense, I'm saying by knowledge, maybe. Yeah. It is. It seems that it's not very economical, but these all are research all over the world people are doing, and I'm sure through technology we can help farmer. Like initially the tractor, even while using the tractor, people thought that whether it will be economical or not, because it is lot more costlier than plow. But still now people are using tractors, right? So I'm hopeful that we can also use robots, although it will be expensive initially, but once we'll deploy robot in a large farm, it will be economical. I hope
Thank you.
this answer.
Actually, another question came: can robot help in reducing the use of pesticides or not? This question was asked by Konka Rimbai. Can robot help in reducing the use of pesticides or not?
Definitely may not be robot. We might be using computer vision technology, AI technology, to identify the problems in fruits or vegetables. Why we basically use pesticides, maybe to protect our fruits, right? If we can identify those with the technology at the early stage and take action, then it can be minimized. Definitely.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. The last question is a little bit different from, especially for particularly you or me. Same question is coming up like this. This question was asked by Kunut Ansari. How to improve your research skills, especially for students of rural areas? For me also, it was very difficult to do research going into a better institute like NIT Silchar. My guide is also watching here. So Dr. Ryan Bhattacharya. So he was kind enough to accept me as his student, but it is a little difficult for us, especially from Northeast and from rural areas, to do research in a very good institute. Yes, ma'am, in very short, can you just answer
Yes.
this?
On this perspective, I would say, at the beginning, I gave my introduction just to know you that I belong to a very small. It's not even a town; it's a village.
Yes.
So I grew up there. My schooling was there. I didn't have very luxurious facility to avail in during my childhood. But still, if I am able to come to this current position, I'm sure if if you study, if you dedicate your knowledge, whatever subjects you like, and if you choose your subjects carefully, yes, of course, what I feel that awareness is required. Sometimes we are not aware that what subject to opt, and sometimes we opt subjects according to marks, not according to our interest. So I would advise all the students, focus on your interest rather than focusing on your marks. um, in one subject you may get very good marks, but that might not be of your interest. So which subjects attracts you more, you should try to find that and of that subjects. And there are lots of universities all over the India. I'm sure you will be able to enter into a good university. But yes, you have to come out your place as I came out my place. But yes, our route is always there. So I think we can do, but of course, and you should also connect with your alumni of institutes.
Yes, ma'am.
So alumni can help you a lot better than anyone else. So
Okay.
these are the suggestions from my side.
Okay, thank you much. Thank you very much, ma'am, for those wonderful answers. Yes, we do look forward to work in association with you for later on also. Thank you very much. Actually, we have our resource person from a blend of youth. So just now we have heard one youth resource person. Next, we have one resource person with an experienced resource person. So now I hand over for next session for moderation. I hand over to Mr. Surjaran Hajong. Mr. Surjaran Hajong, please come.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Hello and good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to welcome our speaker for the session. Welcome, ma'am. And I would also like to welcome all the participants to this webinar session. For this session, we have with us Professor Salia Zerdom from Algeria, who is an expert environmental engineer in sustainable development, consulting sustainable development goals. She has been working in administration and environment sector and has 20 years of seniority in green job. Currently, she is working as an engineer specialized in the inspection of the environment in local area. She has also been involved in environmental laws, business management, ISO certification, and awareness of environmental education. Her interested areas are in scientific research and in felicitation of research, engineering, and patterns for invention for sustainability. Now, ma'am, if you may take over the session. Ma'am, if you may take over the session now.
Okay.
You can take over the session now. Can you hear me, ma'am? Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
You see my screen?
Yes, I can see. Yes, ma'am. I can see you.
You can see my screen?
No, ma'am. I can't see your screen now. We cannot see your screen, ma'am. It's not visible. Ma'am, you can share the screen now.
I have.
Share the screen, ma'am. You can share the screen.
Is sharing. I think. I think. Yeah. There is. I can. Okay. Great day to all of you. Eid Mubarak to you all, and may Allah accept all your given. May this Eid bring us a lot of joy and happiness for your research, study, meetings, innovation, science, prosperity for you, your family, your university, and your country. Dear postgraduate, student, researcher, academician of all branches, it is nice being part of this virtual web conference organized by the Department of Physics and Internal Quality Assurance, Don Bosco College, Tura, Meghalaya, India. Wish to congratulate all of organizers, the rest of partner and collaborator, speakers, and all participants for International Web Conference on Rest Advanced Science. I try again to sharing.
Yes, ma'am. Your slide is not visible yet, ma'am.
It's sharing. See. I want to please to share with you all 3 points today. Digital platform role during COVID-19 pandemic. What are the science digital skills needs for the future? Transfer of advanced in science, knowledge and skills sharing to engineer to expert to all population. The science progress is the foundation of efforts to achieve environmental objectives such as increased research and energy efficiency. Without science and technology and innovation, industry will not happen, and without industry, development will not happen. There needs to be more investment in science, in high technology products that dominate the manufacturing production to increase efficiency and focus.
We cannot see your screen, ma'am. Can you kindly share the screen, ma'am? Your slide
Now
screen, ma'am?
Now you see my screen?
No, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. No, ma'am.
I think a technical problem.
Can you
I
please
continue.
sharing your
Okay.
screen option, ma'am?
Yes, but it
From the
worked.
bottom, share screen option.
I make this partage. Now is okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay, no problem. I said that for African, with the 55 member states, which represent all country African, Africa has, she works oldest records of human technological achievement. The oldest stone tools in the world have been found in Africa. The history of science and technology in Africa since then has, however, received relatively little attention compared to other regions of the world. They're in mathematics, in metallurgy, and in architecture. The goal, the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development that comprise 70 goals and target the SDG universal goals. The web conference to promote SDG 4 and SDG 9 education, science, technology, and innovation, sustainable development, to implementation of super smart city society 5 fourth industrial revolution, set by 5th science and technology plan. Major pillar needs engagement to all citizens, to all researchers, to all engineers. What are the digital skills needs for the future? The framework sets 5 categories of essential digital skills of life and work: communicating, handling information and content, transacting, problem solving, being safe and legal online. The most important objective is education. Education now, education of technology and science, including online learning from radio, from television, from texting, to support access to remote learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. I think teacher will prepare, describe goals and objective guiding a question of science to primary schools. A question of learning, how learning advance advanced science with capacity of students. This is the future lesson of education, technology, and science, which we need to support all defeats, all problems. This transfer need how transfer of advanced science, knowledge, and skills sharing, engineering. This transfer need knowledge partners to support collaboration and access to information and knowledge in order to accelerate technology transfer. Network generate, manage, and share knowledge, experience, and good practice at the national, the regional, and the global level, taking into account traditional knowledge and practice. Advanced science for engineer, for expert, which aims to provide a forum for engineering and science, university, and industry, present their latest research finding of advanced science and engineering technology. The difference between science and technology, like difference between agriculture and robotic is technology, agriculture is science. Science is a methodical way of gaining knowledge on a practical subject throughout observation and experiment. Technology allowed to the application of the scientist's knowledge for various purpose. In the conclusion, our objective is to promote and improve cooperation and dialogue in university and institution scientific devoted to the fields of advanced science and engineering technology as follows. Promote the good practice standards in the academic fields, provide professional training to technical staff, share the advanced technological achievement of the world, and to announce the most recent and advanced conference information. This is the last. Thank you for taking part see conversation, and sorry for no sharing my screen. If you have any question, suggestion, please email me on a message. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentations. If we have any questions, I suppose there is no question, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I would like to thank you, ma'am, on behalf of the organizing committee for accepting our request and also giving us your valuable time. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
With this, we have come to the end of the session, and we shall take a short break for a short time, and we'll resume the session by 1:45 p.m. And thank you, ma'am, again. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all of you. Sorry, we have some technical problems with the resource person or the invited speaker, so we cannot connect to him. So we will start with the presentation of all the presenters. So after that, if our research person, Dr. Tridip, can join us, then he will come live at around 3:30. So by this time, we will be playing all the presentations of all the presenters or the research scholars who have given their presentations to us. Meantime, we will be sharing once more. This is for the last time. We will be sharing the feedback link of yesterday, and it will be there for around 30 minutes or so. After that, we will close the feedback link of the first day, and then towards the end of the program, we will be providing the feedback link of the second day. May I again request you not to send us mail and personal WhatsApp in the groups about the feedback links. We will be giving you enough time till 5:15, almost say about 5:30 p.m. for you to fill up the feedback link of the second day. I hope by this time you will be able to do it. Will be almost 1.5 hours. The feedback link will be present for the second day. I hope all of you will be able to fill up the feedback link for both the days. We will be issuing the certificate only when you get the feedback link of both the feedbacks of both the days. Now, another thing is that, as I told earlier, is that we will be issuing the certificates in the month of August. So whenever you get the certificate, you can go out of those groups, but please remain in the groups till the certificate are issued to you. If you do not receive the certificates by end of August, then in the month of September, please send a mail to us in the official mail, that is iwcras2020@gmail.com. Thank you.
Concentration is considered in the fluid motion. Fluid flow modeling is governed by a set of coupled nonlinear partial differential equations which are transformed to self-similar ordinary differential equation by similarity transformation. Finite difference method based solved by BBP4C of MATLAB is employed to solve the governing equation. Numerically computed results of velocity and concentration profiles are plotted. Effects of involved flow parameters are illustrated from graphs for discussion to bring out physical insight of the flow problem. Elastico-viscous fluid is a fluid which exhibits both viscous and elastic characteristics. When pressure is applied on it with high velocity, it hardens and changes its state from liquid to solid.
That's why these days this fluid is widely used in protective equipments like liquid body armor, food sports shoes, then speed bump, helmet, motorcycle armor, then mobile case, etc. And boundary layer flow is very significant in fluid mechanics as the whole dynamics is triggered from the boundary surface. The application of such flow often observed in modern engineering and industrial processes for calculation of frictional drag of bodies. Solid diffusion is the process of mass transfer due to concentration difference. Problems of fluid flow and mass transfer through porous medium are the interest of not only mathematicians but also chemical engineers who have generally connected with reacting and absorbing species, and that's why chemical plays an important role in fluid flow problem. Figure 1 shows the geometrical flow model. X-axis is considered along the flat plate and Y-axis is normal to it. Even V are the velocity components along X and Y-axis. CW is the surface concentration and C infinity is the free stream concentration. U infinity is the free stream velocity. And here VW is the prescribed velocity of suction or blowing. The fluid motion is governed by these three governing equations. The first equation is the equation of continuity, which signifies the law of conservation of mass, and we know that the fluid motion is possible if it satisfies the equation of continuity. The second equation is the equation of motion. The second term in the right hand side of equation 2 is due to the elastico-viscous fluid, and the third term is due to the permeability. And the concentration of the fluid is governed by equation 3. D is the diffusion parameter and R is the reaction parameter. The corresponding boundary conditions are given by equation 4 and 5. So as because we have considered the variation in surface concentration, so at the plate y is equal to 0, c is equal to c infinity, and you will get the c infinity plus c naught plus x to the power n. N is the power law exponent that signifies the change of amount of solid along the surface. The governing equations are with the help of the similarity variables psi and c, and the reduced form of the equations, governing equations, are given by equation 7 and 8. Corresponding boundary conditions are given by equation 9 and 10. The resultants are solved with the help of MATLAB inbuilt solver. So for that we have to transform the resultant governing equations. So equation 11 to 17 are the reduced form of the resultant governing equation. The numerically computed velocity and concentrations are plotted for discussion. The first 4 figures shows the velocity profile, and it is observed from the velocity profile that with the growth of the viscoelastic parameter and the permeability parameter, the fluid velocity enhances, but with the applied suction, the velocity diminishes. The next figure shows the concentration profile, and it is observed that with the growth of the viscoelastic parameter and the permeability parameter, for direct variation of the surface concentration when n is greater than 0, initially the concentration of the fluid is diminishes but gradually increases. So initially the more mass will be transferred from the plate to the fluid, but gradually it controlled. This almost similar pattern is observed for the growth of the viscoelastic as well as permeability parameter in case of inverse variation when n is less. The last 4 figures shows the concentration profile, and it is observed that with the growth of the Schmidt number, which is the ratio of the kinetic viscosity of the fluid by mass diffusivity, initially the concentration of the fluid is diminishes, but for direct variation, but for inverse variation it is increases. And with the growth of the reaction parameter, it is observed that the concentration profile is decreases in both the cases. So these are few important conclusions we can draw from this paper, and these are the selected references which we have used to solve this particular problem. Thank you, all of you.
Good afternoon to everybody present. I am Dr. Tura, and I'll be presenting on my topic, Narendran sensitizes the non-small cell lung cancer NCI H23 cells to radiation via the modulation of the PI3K pathway. For introduction, the PI3K pathway is an often pro-survival pathway and is frequently deregulated in cancers. It is a negative regulator of this pathway, whereas AKT is a positive regulator of this pathway. AKT promotes metastasis and inhibits apoptosis in cancer cells. Now, in this study, we are checking the ability of narendran to promote the radiosensitization of the cancer cells. The objective of our study were to check the effect of narendran as a single agent and in combination with radiation on the PI3K AKT activity and the apoptotic activity. So, For our experimental design, we treated the cells with naringenin for 24 hours, followed by treatment with radiation, followed by another 24-hour period of incubation, after which we perform the various analysis on the cells. From the cell survival assays, we observed that naringenin was able to lower the percent cell survival of the cancer cells with an increasing dose in concentration of naringenin. In combination with radiation, naringenin was able to lower the percent survivability of the cancer cells, while there was no harmful effect on the fibroblast cells with this combination of naringenin and radiation. Both the naringenin treated groups showed a decrease in the number of viable cancer cells, while there was a corresponding increase in the number of dead cells. In both the naringenin treated groups, it was observed that the H23 cells had a far lower ability to form colonies as compared to the untreated controls. In the naringenin treated groups, observed that the P10 protein levels were upregulated, while the levels of the catalytic subunit of the PI3K protein and the phosphorylated AKT and the regular AKT protein levels were lower in the naringenin treated groups. Similar was the case with the 4-metastatic NMP protein, where its levels were significantly lower. Then we checked the gene expression levels. We observed that the P10 gene expression levels in the naringenin treated groups was comparatively higher as compared to the control. In case of the catalytic subunit of the PI3K protein, there was a reduction in the levels of the gene expression in the naringenin treated groups as compared to the control. In case of the AKT1 gene, we observed that there was a reduction in the levels of the AKT1 gene in both the naringenin treated groups as compared to the control. The naringenin treated groups also showed a reduction in the levels of the anti-apoptotic BCL2 gene and the BCL-XL gene, whereas there was a upregulation in the levels of the BAX and the caspase-3 gene in both the naringenin treated groups. Coming to the ultramorphological studies, we observed that in the naringenin treated groups, that is E and D, we observed that there was a regular apoptotic morphology of chromatin clumping, cytoplasmic vesicle formation, nuclear fragmentation in both, and there was formation of membrane labs and apoptotic bodies. In case of the combination group, there was also formation of autophagic vesicles and cytoplasmic vesicles. In conclusion, we can state that naringenin promoted the radiosensitization in the H23 cells. Naringenin lowered the levels of the fluorescent AKT, PI3K, AKT pathway components, and the naringenin promoted apoptosis both alone and in combination with radiation. Thank you.
Hello, distinguished professors, scientists, researchers, students, and other delegates. Today, myself, Dr. Iwcras, I am going to present my research topic on herbicide tolerance in June and with current research perspective. I am from Department of Biotechnology as a postdoctoral fellow, University, West Bengal. So, the points to be discussed is what is herbicide tolerance, why herbicide tolerance is a global burning issue in the introduction section, and as well as why herbicide tolerance is very, very important concept. And next, in the research case studies, I have used jute as well as a major crops, particular fiber crops, and as well as wheat as a staple crops, the future perspective of SDGMC. So we can see here in the introductions of herbicide tolerance basically given in the definitions, where you can see the herbicide tolerance in the main plant should be up to level where the particular dose can be lethal for the weeds. This is the very, very simple definitions. So normal way wheat can be controlled by crop rotations, crop cover crops use, village practices, and crop variety, input crop variety, as well as some biological controls like use of some insects and some fungus to kill that particular weeds. Chemical control is concerned with the most popular approach where it is very, very efficient. So if we manage this particular chemical control by improve the herbicide tolerance in the main plants, then we can easily increase the crop yields up to a certain level. So we can see here crop yields, losses at global level and national level. We can see most of the crops, major staple crops all over the European country and USA, corn, soybean, beans, sunflowers, it is mostly 50 to 30% level of infestation due to weeds. In case of India, rice and millet crops has been more than 30% and 40% of the yield loss due to weeds. Well, we can see the use of glyphosate. Glyphosate is very, very efficient and very, very good herbicide that is globally practiced in different managements of weeds. So, in this particular websites, ISAAA, where I have collected this information, that a number of 298 events that are only related to modification of the EPSPS gene, that particular gene, where the glyphosate is inhibited, glyphosate is inhibited, and this particular EPSPS gene is important to produce such very, very important amino acids like tyrosine, tryptophan, and phenylalanine. So, if in this way, if we control this modifications of EPSPS, we can easily manage the use of glyphosates. So next one, different approaches used till date in transgenic events, where identification of glyphosate is very, very important. The first, most important and most used practices where first one is orthobacter entropy. From this particular bacteria, box chain has been isolated and it particularly catalyze that carbon nitrogen bonds and make into non-toxic residues. Here it is shown the particular AMP groups, and these particular groups has been differentiated from each other. Next one, cleavage of carbon phosphate bonding. Here you can see this is the phosphate bond. If we release the phosphate bond from remaining sarcosinate group, then again it will be very, very effective. Another gene GO from E. coli also use phosphorus as a source of their energy sources. So in this way, again glyphosate can be inhibited. EPSPS, second topic, second particular strategy is EPSPS insensitive to glyphosate. That is also very, very important. And today I am going to represent this particular part. And glyphosate acetotransferase, that is another gene that can be initiates particular EPSPS gene. So there are two different methods I have used, two different techniques in case of juice and wheat, where EPSPS standardization has been done in case of hydrogenation has been done in case of jute, and in case of wheat, we have used in-plant transformation methods, and it is published. So in case of jute, we can see the particular explant of shoot typical meristem and cotyledonous pattern has been used. The regenerates are giving very, very good response. The next stage, we have transferred to the particular regenerates to shoot growth media, and the variable responses are also shown in this figure. And jute platelets, when it is the shoot length is bigger, we have transferred to particular root initiation media, and after that we have transferred to soil rights with half MS for hardening and other purpose. In this way, we have made ready particular jute plants for transgenic effects. So the next one, in case of wheat, we have used particular steps where Picambia 1301 has been used as a main transgenic constructs. Here you can see this particular thing has been used as a selectable marker HBT2. CP4 EPSPS, that is modified, codon modified, and as well as gas gene as called selectable markers. Sporable markers. Now we can see this particular seeds has been used at the very, very early stages, 2 days old seeds, where we have injected the agro inoculation with particular gene construct, and after that we have transformed into the plants until they get a particular stage, and at the T1 of the particular events, we have used this particular size. And finally, we got the transgenic plants and transgenic events in the T2 generations. And we have used for further studies for molecular analysis. So future perspective, this is very, very important. Oxalic herbicide stacked with glyphosate or glufosinate in the next few years can be used. CRISPR-Cas9 based technology and RNA interference also get popular, which can be utilized in case of herbicide tolerance in the next few years. And the most serious concern about the shift of weed species composition. So wheat is also trying to develop its resistance. So that is also we have to be here. So in this way, I can finish my presentation. So this is some reference I have used in my research studies presentation also. This is my more publications here and some of the important publications must be given. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Myself, Jyoti Vasar Troy Sotul, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics, PS College, Public. I'm going to present my paper entitled Memristivity and Inherent Property of Material at Nanoscale. So first, the introduction. Generally, when most of people think about electronics, they are automatically pictured about smartphone, television, laptop, etc. Others having some engineering background may think of resistor, capacitor, etc., which are the basic components necessary for electronic to function. We know that there are three basic components: resistor, capacitor, and inductor. What is the missing link? If you see this figure, that there are 6 different mathematical relations connecting pairs of 4 fundamental circuit variables like current, voltage, charge, and magnetic. In the horizontal in left hand side, the capacitor gives the relation between voltage and charge, resistor gives the relation between voltage and current, inductor gives the relation between current and magnetic flux. Which basic component component gives the relation between charge and magnetic flux? So this is called the missing link. And the fourth basic component is called the memristor. The introduction of 4-element memristor. So memristor is one of the 4 basic electrical circuit components succeeding resistor, capacitor, and inductor. The word memristor was first proposed by Leon Schwab in the year of 1970s, but his words remain uncooked for several years. After about 37 years, in 2008, Dr. Stanley William along with the group developed the first memristor using titanium dioxide. So this is a experimentally proved memristor is exhibit. So the basic memristor characteristics. There are 3 basic characteristics memristor should exhibit. Number 1, the device must exhibit a pinch hysteresis loop in the voltage current plane for any bipolar periodic signal exciton. As Swa said, if it is pinch, it is a hysteresis, it is a memristor. That means whenever you draw a voltage current graph, if it is hysteresis, then it is a memristor. Then second one, the pinch hysteresis loop area should decreases monotonically as the exciton frequency increases. Next, you see this figure, the variation of voltage and current in memristor. So this is a hysteresis loop. You get this hysteresis loop. So according to SWA, if it is hysteresis, then it is a memristor. So again, we come to HP memristor. What is HP memristor? The HP memristor was built based on the titanium dioxide, which is a stable compound. The memristor structure is composed of 2 chemically different layers, titanium oxide and oxygen efficient titanium dioxide. So this is the figure of HP memristor, which developed Stanley William. So there are classification scheme of memriscence mechanism. So there are several mechanisms are there which prove that any material shows the memristor property or memristivity. Number 1, structural changes in the material. Second one, resistance changes due to thermal or electric exciton of electrons in the conjunction band. Third one, electrochemical filament growth mechanism. And last one is spin torque. So according to spin torque, the quantum phenomenon of resistance change induced via the gate magnetoresistance switching due to a change in alignment of the spins at the interface between two differently polarized magnetic materials. Using this mechanism, we prove that any material shows the membristic property. So now we're coming to the conclude part. This conclusion is that at the nanoscale, physics follows familiar principles that lead the unfamiliar and even unlikely responses. The sense in the balance of a range of physical feature result in behavior that can differ widely from the same material at the macro scale. That means a material shows different property in the macro scale and the nanoscale. So several theoretical as well as experimental facts that suggest that Mercury effect or membristivity generated in different nanostructure system by means of different physical mechanisms. Thus, we may conclude that membristivity is an inherent attribute of material at nanoscale. So these are my references. Thank you.
Hello everyone, myself Ivan Joffrey, research scholar in the Department of Physics, North Central University, Shillong. I am working under the supervision of Professor Atul Saxena. The title of my presentation is Approximation of Radon and Thoron Seasonal Correction Factors in a Typical Indoor Environment of Meghalaya. Now I'll come to the introduction. Radon and its isotope thoron are mobile, chemically inert and radioactive gaseous elements that are produced spontaneously during the decay process of radium isotope from uranium and thorium, which are the primordial constituent of Iwcras. It has been well documented that radon and thoron, together with the short technologies, contribute about 50% of the natural sources of radiation exposure to mankind. Now, indoor radon and thoron activity consumption are subject to significant seasonal variation. To obtain an unbiased estimate of the annual average values based on short-term and proper estimation procedures have to be adopted to account for this variation. In the present study, seasonal correction factors have been approximated using a typical method, that is by dividing the annual mean values by the mean values calculated for seasons. Next, we come to the experimental technique. In our study, we have used LR11552 films as detector, which belongs to the class of solid-state nuclear detectors. This film is a 12 micrometer thick cellulose membrane coated on a 100 micrometer thick polyester package. Now, when an energetic alpha particle strikes the surface of the film, it leaves a trail of damage that can be made permanent and optically visible by chemical etching process. Next, we come to one of the instruments which we have used for indoor exposure, called a single entry pinhole dosimeter. The schematic diagram of the instrument is shown in figure 1. Now, this dosimeter consists of two chambers. The first chamber is called radon plus theron chambers, and the second chamber is called radon chamber. And each chamber is cylindrical in shape, having length of 4.1 cm and radius of 3.1 cm. And the inner portion of the receptor is coated with lactic powder to attain control electric field site. Next, we come to methodology. LR115 films are fitted on both the chambers of the dosimeter and kept for exposure for 1 complete year. After exposure period is due, these exposed films are retrieved and then undergo chemical etching in a 2.5 normal sodium hydroxide solution at a constant temperature of 60 degrees for about 19 days. The alpha track form is then counted using a standard spark counter at an operating voltage of 500 volts prior to a baseline of 900 volts. The track density obtained and then converted to the individual activity concentration of radon and thoron using standard calibration factors as shown in equation 1 and 2, where T1 and T2 represent the track densities due to radon and thoron respectively. D represents the number of days of exposure. Kr and Kt are the respective calibration factors of radon and thoron in the respective compartments. Next, we come to results and discussion. Figure 2 shows the seasonal correction factors radon and thoron in typical indoor environment. Now, the radon seasonal correction factors was found to be 0.91 plus minus 0.35 for autumn, 0.95 plus minus 0.26 for winter, 1.39 plus minus 0.52 for spring, and 1.36 plus minus 0.4 for summer. Similarly, around seasonal correction factors were found to be 1.15 plus minus 0.8 for autumn, 1.46 plus minus 1.36 for winter, 1.62 plus minus 1.3 for spring, and 1.5 plus minus 1 for summer. Lastly, we come to the conclusion. So based on our results, the following conclusions are made. We observe that both around seasonal correction factors are higher for summer and spring seasons and lower for autumn and winter seasons. This is so because during winter and autumn seasons, ventilation rate is presumably reduced and there is fall in the ambient temperature during this season. However, during summer and spring seasons, due to proper ventilation, thereby facilitating higher air exchange, thus we have higher seasonal correction factors during these two seasons. So, thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Lata, Assistant Professor of Biotechnology, Government Science College, Hassan. My topic is Study of Molecular Variation in Cucumis sativus and Cucumis sativus green and white variety by Pesticide Techniques. Introduction to my topic. Cucumis sativus botanically belongs to Cucurbitaceae family. It has 122 genera and 940 species, and this family includes more high value and flavorful crops. The vegetables, fruits, seeds are consumed in the diet throughout the world. It has a great agricultural and horticultural importance. The fruits and vegetables have a significant contributions to human health and nutritional values. Coming to the materials and methods, we have done sample collection, extraction of DNA by CTAB method, electrophoresis, and followed by RAPD analysis. Sample collection, we have collected two local varieties of cucumber fruits that I have mentioned, the farmer, the taluk from which we have collected also. These are the two variety seeds. It is a green variety and this is a white variety. The green variety is collected from the farmer from Belur Taluk, and the local white variety seeds were collected from the farmer of Adkur. This is a photograph showing the two varieties of cucumber fruits. The primers we applied for RAPD analysis are these are OPA4, OPA5, OPA11, 12, and 19. These are all these 5 primers are random primers. The PCR mix was prepared by using DMT dose of 200 micromolar in this CO2 of 2.5 millimolar and tag polymerase of 0.3 units, and each primer was 10 picomolar concentration and DNA template of 50 nanogram. The thermal cyclic conditions were maintained at 95 degrees for 1 minute and annealing at 37 degrees for 1 minute in elongation step of 1.5 minute at 72 degrees. The final extension step for 72 degrees centigrade for 5 minutes. Amplified DNA were visualized by agarose electrophoresis. This is the RAPD pattern obtained for all the 5 primers. For S1 and S2, we have got 2 monomeric bands and 6 polymorphic bands. And OPA11, so amplification was less and only that is but 1 faint band in case of S2, and there are 4 polymorphic bands were observed. And in case of OPA5, the less amplification was observed in S1 and only 3 faint bands. In S2, there are 1, 2, 3, that is 6 polymorphic bands were observed. So amplification was not observed in case of OPA12 for S1, and S2 we can observe 3 very faint bands. So amplification was the more amplification was observed for OPA19, where only 2 monomorphic bands and about 20 polymorphic bands were observed in S1 and S2. So coming to the conclusion, the identification of cultivar was very important for breeding programs, and the PCR can be applied for quick identification using seeds and end leaves. This research provides the insight into the breeding programs for cucumber research and improvement. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Annapurna. I'm from Sri Krishna Arts and Science College. The title of my paper is to find a potential inhibitor against UMP-CMP kinase in Albicocandida. Albicocandida is nothing but a plant pathogen that infects the Brassicaceae species, that is the mustard crops, cauliflower, cabbage, and the turnip, to cause a disease called white blister rust. These Candida species are fungus-like microorganisms that belongs to omicides. They infect the plant in the seedling stage, growing stage, flowering stage, and also the fruiting stage. And different races of Candida they infect different plant species. The white rust infects the stem, leaves, and the inflorescence. On the outside, it forms white-colored crystals of 2 millimeter in diameter, packed with sporangia. In the inside, it forms abnormal growth forms and also sterile inflorescence. The sporangia spread by wind, water, and insects to other plants, causing the disease. We can see I've put 2 plants infected with Albicocandida species. We can see the crystals here. And UMP-CMP kinase, I selected this enzyme because there are totally 19 enzymes that are responsible for the infection. And we are totally not sure about which is the enzyme that's totally responsible for the infection. And UMP-CMP kinase is involved in various biological processes like ATP binding and pyrimidine nucleoside synthesis. It also acts as a transferase. And methods is Galaxy CO Lab. I've used this web server to predict the structure of the protein using template-based modeling. And Ramachandran plot, the protein structure obtained from Galaxy CO Lab is validated here, and the accuracy is found. And molecular screening and docking using MTI, OpenScreen, and AutoDock. I screened open sources of ligand molecules and docked to find the bed fit orientation of the ligand. LigPlot to find the 2D representation of the protein ligand complexes. This is the structure of UMP-CMP kinase that I have modeled, and this is the validation of Ramachandran plot of the protein structure. We can see that 98% are in the favored region and 2% is in the allowed region. This is a plot where the black dots are the amino acid residues, the darker blue region is a favored region. And the screening output, here we've screened nearly 1,500 compounds, and we've obtained the ligands of which was the best found. We obtained nearly 1,110 that were very good binding. And this is the output of the 2D representation by LigPlot. We can see that the purple color structure here, the cyclic structure is the ligand, and the other, we can see that the ligand and the protein bind to form a hydrogen bond at leucine 57A chain of the protein and the ligand 1. These are the other structures here are the hydrophobic interactions. The hydrophobic interactions are very important since we can adjust the interaction between them to form a perfect complex, which is more accurate and efficient. I would like to conclude by telling that since the Albicocandida species infect the plants in the growing stage and also in the early stage, the plants do not grow further and they die at a very early stage without forming the fruits or the vegetables, and which results in the crop loss. And also when the infection forms white patches and abnormal growth, it is undesirable to be bought, and there is no profit for the farmers. And virtual screening and molecular docking are nowadays widely studied. Even in the COVID scenario, we are using molecular docking and screening to screen all the ligands from the library, ligand library, and we are docking them to find first the computational method and then going for the wet lab techniques. So further research has to be done for confirming the inhibition of the kinase molecule with the protein. Thank you.
I am Associate PhD scholar in the Department of Environmental Studies, UCLA. Prior to Industrial Revolution, the concentration And since the Industrial Revolution, this concentration has been on the rise. According to a report given by NOAA, the global monthly carbon dioxide equivalent is 413.9 ppm. At this rate, it is predicted that the concentration will reach 800 ppm by 2100. To complete this issue, the terrestrial ecosystem plays an important role. The forest, particularly the protected areas in the land surface, has a major contribution to the storage of the global terrestrial carbon. This presentation draws the attention to a particular category of protected area for the community reserves, which was recently established under IUCN Category 6. In India, there are 163 existing community reserves, of which 65 are present in Meghalaya. The objective of this study is to estimate the free biomass carbon stock in 4 community reserves in East and West Cassius and to assess the potential of these community reserves as a terrestrial carbon pool. These are the 4 study areas. 1. Lava Community Reserve East Cassius, having an area of 211.44 hectares, established in 2014. Number 2. Reniba Community Reserve East Cassius, 96.91 hectares, 2014. Iwcras Community Reserve in West Cassius, 17 hectares, established in 2014, and Museum Community Reserve West Cassius, 87 hectares, also established in 2014. Something was done by Transgenic method. Quadrants of 10 to 10 meters were laid and fused for pressure. The above ground biomass and below ground biomass were estimated using element distribution of rubber chambers at all and funds at all respectively. And from this carbon stock was estimated using the general compression factor observed fund. This is the result. Among the 4 community reserves, Lava Community Reserve has the highest amount of carbon stored at 332.04 tons per hectare. And Museum Community Reserve was next with 370.45 carbon tons per hectare. And the Iwcras Community Reserve with a carbon storage of 151.83 tons per hectare, and Reniba Community Reserve 106.35 tons hectare. This table shows the contribution of above ground biomass and below ground biomass to the total biomass and carbon. Considering the amount of carbon that was found per hectare in each community reserve, an estimation of total carbon present in free biomass in the entire forest area was used as follows. In global community reserve, the area is 311.44 hectares. So if in 1 hectare 322.04 was found in the free biomass alone, then in the total free biomass in the community reserve, this will be the amount of carbon stored. And the same has been estimated for the rest of the community reserves. And considering the carbon stock in soil and considering the rest of the community reserves, 61 other community reserves in the state, a huge amount of carbon may be stored in the community reserves of Meghalaya. Conclusion. Increasingly, protected areas are expected to serve dual roles, protect biodiversity and secure ecosystem services. Carbon sequestration is one of the regulated ecosystem services. Though protected areas are designated with objectives of conserving biodiversity, they also play an important role in maintaining terrestrial carbon stocks. With the addition of community reserves in the state and in the country each year, it is expected that this category of protected area possesses the potential for further advancement in biodiversity conservation and also management of carbon. These are the references. Acknowledgement. Thank you.
Hello, esteemed professors, scientists, researchers, colleagues, and peers. My name is Saurav Datta, and I'm a research scholar from Technical University, Salt Lake, Kolkata, which is located in West Bengal, India. So today I'm going to talk about development of an efficient implanter protocol using fluoric transformation for development of transgenic lines in flux to impart biotic stress tolerances against reduction in insect pests. So in addition to my topic, I'm going to discuss the what, the why, and the how. So what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about transgenic lines in flux. And why are we going to talk about this? We're going to talk about this because the Lepidopteran insect pests, they put a heavy dent on flux production annually. And how are we going to achieve it? We are going to achieve it through agriculture-mediated gene transfer of Lepidopteran insect pest killer genes. So let me begin my topic with a small introduction. So agriculture, as we all know, began millennia ago when hunter-gatherers started gathering wild grains and replanting it. We have come a long way since then, as in modern agronomy and plant breeding have increased the yields, but again, use of agrochemicals, pesticides, and herbicides have led to widespread ecological and environmental damage. So at the junction of such a situation, the need of the hour is to deploy frontier technologies to increase the yield. So let me bring to your attention some of the success stories, that is the soybean, the cotton, the canola, and the maize. In India, the BT cotton, which was introduced in 2002 by Mexico and Monsanto, is a landmark success story, and it has increased the production of cotton in India as such that India is now one of the #1 exporter of cotton globally. So why flax? Flax is an annual herbicide of the family Linaceae, which is valued for its fiber as well as for its seeds. Now, flax is grown sporadically in India. It is not grown widely. It is grown sporadically in parts of Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, and West Bengal. And there are some major critical gaps in the flax husbandry, as in the fiber quality is bad, the seed quality is bad, it is grown very less, and even there's a lot of Lepidopteran insect pests attacking the crop. So let me bring to your attention the insect pests which put a major dent in flax husbandry is the Lucerne caterpillar, the Semiluca, and the Bihar hairy caterpillar. So let us talk about Bacillus thuringiensis, or BT, which is a gram-positive spore-forming bacteria. What happens is when the resources are limited, it starts forming this cry or the crystal proteins. Now these endotoxins, when they reach the insect gut, which has a high alkaline pH, they form septicemia and the insect dies. So that is how the BT functions. So we're going to use the property of the cry toxins to create Lepidopteran insect pest killer genes. So let's look at the gene construct which we used. So the gene construct was Cry1AB and it was inserted into PCAMia 1301. So this vector has a gas reporter system. It also has hygromycin resistance and kanamycin resistance. So once we put the gene construct into our vector, it was then transferred into agrobacterium LBA4404, and this LBA4404 was born in kanamycin medium and kanamycin supplemented medium. This after 6 hours they were taken and then spun at 200 rpm, and these cells were then resuspended in MS liquid with 50 millimolar acetocericin. So acetocericin, as we all know, is a phenolic compound which attracts agrobacterial cells to the wounded sites via chemotaxis. As for the plant nutrient methodology, flax plants were grown in glasshouse conditions, and after 4 weeks primary inflorescence was observed, and buds at the length of 0.5 to 0.75 centimeter were taken and then dipped into the infiltration medium. So the infiltration medium consists of the agrobacterial cells with twin-20 and sucrose. Now twin-20 and sucrose, they help in the agrobacterial cells getting through the cuticular plant tissues. After they were subjected to this treatment, they were covered with black polythene plastics to maintain the humidity and the moisture regimen, and then analysis of the transgene was done via gas reporter assay. So we already know that the Precambrium we used had a gas reporter system. So upon application of a suitable substrate, there was a noticeable color change observed in the floral parts. So when X-gluc or 5-bromo, 4-bromo, 3-glucuronide was provided as a substrate, the floral parts started showing a bluish or greenish tinge, hence confirming the transient expression of the transgene. From there, we go to the T1 seeds. The T1 seeds were screened using hygromycin assay. So the hygromycin assay, we have 50 mg per liter dosage of hygromycin, and the seeds were screened at 15 1-day, 5-day, and 7-day duration. So after, as you can see, the seeds in which there was the transient gene expression started growing the seedlings, and the others did not. So these seeds were taken and grown to the T2 plants. Now the molecular analysis, the suitable PCR primers for the crygene was used, and modified PCR protocol following Greensteel et al. 2005 was used, and we could see the PCR amplification occurring at some of the samples at T1 generation in the first diagram and at T2 generation in the second diagram. A total number of 19 plantlettes were obtained in the T2 generation, and the quantitative RT-PCR was done, and the mRNA abundance was studied in this generation in the T2, hence showing the expression of the transient gene. So transient expression of the trigo gene in flux was observed, but we still have some more molecular tests remaining, like southern blot and protein estimation and insect feeding bioassays, which need to be done to confirm the true transgenic status of these lines for generation advancement. And here are some select references which you can go through in reference to my work. So with that, I would like to conclude my talk. Thank you for your time, and I wish you all a safe and healthy time ahead.
Hello, my name is Mohammed Tehti. I am a PhD student from University of Mishkov, Hungary, Institute of Ceramic and Polymer Engineering. The topic of my presentation today is effect of calcining temperature on the structural properties of orientate and nanopowders synthesized via Sol-Gel process. My presentation is divided into 4 sections. Firstly, I'm going to start with introduction. Secondly, I will talk about experimental methods. Thirdly, I will present the obtained results from X-ray diffraction, FTIR spectroscopy. And finally, I will end by a short conclusion. As you know, barium titanate of perovskite structure is a material which is known for its various properties: high dielectric constant, ferroelectric behaviors, spontaneous polarization, and nonlinear optical coefficients. The barium titanate nanoceramics can be synthesized by various methods such as solid-state reaction, hydrothermal, and Sol-Gel method. Compared to other methods, Sol-Gel is considered as a simple and easy method, which can allow production of high-purity barium titanate with very fine particles of controllable size. The aims of this work is the synthesis and the study of the effects of temperature on physical parameters of barium titanate using different characterization methods. In the present work, barium titanate was prepared using Sol-Gel method. Barium acetate and titanium alkoxide have been used as precursors, lactic acid as peptidant agent, acetic acid to dissolve barium acetate, and of course distilled water as a solvent. In the first step, colloidal solution of titanium dioxide was prepared. In the second step, barium acetate was added to this colloidal solution in stoichiometric amount. The obtained transparent solution was transformed into a translucent gel. And finally, the resulting powders were calcined in the air using a programmable oven at different temperature, 800, 900, and 1000 for 3 hours. The structure and crystallinity of the prepared samples were analyzed using X-ray diffraction. It is clearly observed that the X-ray diffraction diffractogram of the powder prepared at 800 degrees Celsius is characterized by the appearance of the pyrochlore phase. Moreover, at temperature of 900 degrees Celsius and 1000 degrees Celsius, the disappearance of the pyrochlore phase and the appearance of the pure perovskite phase are noticed, and that indicate the formation of barium titanate compound. The table shows the evolution of the lattice parameters, heterogeneity, the volume of the unit cell, and the crystallite size as function of the calcination temperature. So here, as we can see in the figure, a higher calcination temperature results in the formation of larger crystallite size. Here, the figure shows the infrared curves of barium titanate calcined at different temperatures. The two peaks located around 441 and 543 peaks correspond to the symmetrical stretching of the titanium oxygen band, and the characteristic of these peaks confirm the formation of pure tetragonal phase. As conclusion, in this study, barium titanate nanoceramics were prepared using the solvent process. The results of X-ray diffraction marked that the sample had tetragonal structure, and disappearance of the absorption band indicates the formation of barium titanate structures and shows the effect of calcining temperature on the structural properties of the compound. Thank you for your attention.
Hello everyone. Now I am going to present my work, efficient preparation of long silver nanowire by microwave method. And my lab mates are Sandeep Bhandari and my supervisor is Dr. Mrityunjay Mahato, Department of Basic Science and Social Sciences, School of Technology in Shillong. So first, I want to say about the silver nanowires because here we are going to prepare silver nanowire. So why the silver nanowire? Silver nanowire has some unique properties. It's one-dimensional nanostructure, so it has some unique properties, and because of those unique properties listed here, it has some applications, unique applications, in biosensing applications, in antimicrobial applications, composite preparation, and electronic components, preparation of electronic components. So it has some unique applications, and long silver nanowires are widely used as a conducting nanostructure. So to replace ITO, we know about ITO, indium tin oxide, which is widely used in solar cells and like those type of optical materials. Silver nanowire can replace ITO. So here it's a very emerging field of research. So long silver nanowire, preparation of long silver nano is very important, and for preparation of this nanowire, several methods can be used. Those are electrochemical, polyol, chemical reduction, microwave, hydrothermal, etc. So from all these methods, we have done some comparative study, and here it's listed here, chemical reduction. From here, we have found the 100 micrometer long nanowire in a reaction time of 80 minutes. For the electrochemical method, we have found 7 micrometer long SN2 in a reaction time of 20 minutes. In hydrothermal method, we have found up to 200 micrometer nanowire, but here reaction time is high, that is 60 minutes. In polyol method, 8.5 micrometer, reaction time is 120 minutes. And our work, micro polyol method, we have prepared silver nanowire using this micro polyol method, and we have found the length 30 micrometer, and the reaction time is very less, that is 3.5 minutes. It's very less time. So this is the synthesis process. Here first we have taken 20 ml ethylene glycol and 111.2 mg PVP is dissolved there in the ethylene glycol, and then to the solution 200 mg silver nitrate and 4 mg sodium chloride has added, and then the stirring is going on. After dissolving, we have put the resultant solution in microwave oven for 3.5 minutes in 360 watt, and then the color will be changed. So final product was several times to remove that PVP and the unreacted some unreacted AGN NaCl, AgNO3 like that. So several times we have washed with acetone and DI water, and then the powder product, powder acetone. If we put acetone, the final product will be powder only. So final product was characterized. This is the UV absorption spectra of silver nanowire. So this is the blue peak. It's because of this wire, because a particle shows the sharp peak and wire is showing the blue peak. This is the surface plasma resonance of the silver nanowire. Then it's the FTR spectra of silver nanowire. So here it's shown in this 2884, we have found this peak PVP as general because some unreacted PVP was there, and this is the due to stretching vibration of carbon oxygen. So next we have characterized the sample with TEM. So this is the TEM image, and this is 2 micrometer, and so length will be around 30 micrometer. So for conclusion, this is all the findings already I have explained to you, and this is 30 micrometer nanowire we have found, and then it's 3.5 minutes. Within 3.5 minutes we have found, and 360 watt, and we will use this for biosensing applications. And this is the reference. Thank you.
Hello, good morning to all of you. Today, title of my talk is Thermoelastic Interaction with Memory Dependent State Space Approach. So before we talk about some introduction, classical thermoelasticity, which is in the year 1838. So there are some drawbacks of the theory, and because the heat waves propagate with infinite speed, and first heat conduction equation does not contain any elastic term. To modify that models, several theories are developed. So classical coupled thermoelasticity, that was in the year 1956 by Bio. They have taken care of the first paradox, that is heat waves does not contain an elastic term. But in this case also, it propagates with infinite speed. Next, Lord-Solomon model, they have modified the Fourier law by introducing a term known as thermal relaxation parameter in the year 1967. Next modification was in 1972 by Green and Lindsay. And relevant theoretical developments of the subject were made by Green and Lindsay in the year 1992-93. And they have in their model, the temperature rate term is accepted in model 2. And these models are very, very important. And in presently, that is in the year 2007, Professor Raichaudhuri has developed 3-phase lag. They have used a 3-phase lag parameters, tau q, tau t, tau min. So my problem, according to my problem, the formulation of the problem is we consider a thin semi-infinite piezoelectric body with a stress-free boundary. At the near end of the body, a thermal effect is given, which raises the temperature of the prescribed temperature with known function. The direction of the piezoelectric will be parallel to the x-axis, and there is no free charge. We consider one-dimensional disturbance of the medium, and in our case, after non-dimensional, free from non-dimension, making our equations dimensionless, and we are arrived at the constitutive equation of motion, that is the equation 1, 2, and heat equation. That is, in our case, our heat equation is memory dependent derivative with 3-phase lag parameter. That is by 3, equation 3. So memory dependent derivative, what is the purpose of memory dependent derivative? The main purpose is that the memory dependent derivative is functional value of real time, also depends on the past time. That is why d tau is called the non-local operator, where the integer order derivative is a local operator. And also we have used the different kernels, freely chosen kernels. Okay, and for our problem, boundary condition is sigma 0 t0, that is stress-free boundary, and a thermal load, varying thermal load is given by ft. Ft is a known function of time. Method of solution, we have applied the Laplace transformation in the previous equations, and after some manipulations, we arrive at equation 5 and 6, that is second order equation in temperature, differential equation in temperature, theta bar, and E bar, that is represents the Laplace transform domain, and the memory dependent derivative, Laplace transform memory dependent derivative is given by 4. So we arrive at this equation after some manipulation, and equation 5 and 6 we are using to apply state space approach. So state space approach, we are writing the vector matrix differential equation by equation 7, where AS is the matrix and V bar X is given by theta bar E bar, that is the temperature and strain. And after some manipulation and after spectral decomposition and using characteristic equation method, Cayley-Hamilton where beta is the stress temperature coefficient, rho is the density, C is the specific heat. Also tau q, tau nu, we satisfies the stability condition given in the bracket is given by 0.01, 0.02, 1.01. So we have drawn three diagrams for theta, sigma, and E. Theta represents the temperature distribution. The temperature is maximum at x equal to 0.0. We satisfy the theoretical boundary condition. Also, its magnitude in each case gradually decreases with the increase of x, which is physically possible. And number two, and here in all the diagrams we have drawn without MDT and with MDT. That is without memory dependent derivative, with memory dependent derivative. Next, in the next diagram, number two, sigma vanishes at x.00, satisfying the theoretical particle condition. Also, you can see from the graph, the steep jump of sigma occurs at a particular value of x. And also in strain, we see a steep jump of particular value of x in the neighborhood of which the strain wave shows this variation from progressive to compressive nature. Ultimately, this wave dies out. So this is the comparison without memory dependent derivative and with memory dependent derivative with different constants. So this is our small presentation. If you have any queries, doubts, please feel free to ask me or interact with me in my email and with the and I want to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Good morning. The title of my presentation is Synthesis and Immunopotentiating Activity of Novel Isoxazoline Functionalized Coumarins, encouraging results from immunomodulation-based immunopharmacological approaches as a cure for many biological malfunctions, has stimulated an intense research activity towards design of appropriate, less toxic and effective immunopotentiators. Amongst the currently known immunopotentiators like minimal dipeptides, levamisole, interferons, and interleukins, many have been found to express undesirable side effects or high toxicity during the clinical trials. Herein, we reported a simple scheme for the synthesis of novel immunopotentiators through conjugation of bioactive pharmacophoric isoxazolines with 7-hydroxycoumarin. For the synthesis of 8 conjugates, the strategy of 1,3 dipolar cyclization between an allylated coumarin and various substituted nitrile oxides was followed. Dipolarophile was obtained by alkylating 7-hydroxycoumarin with allyl bromide using potassium carbonate, and nitrile oxides were used as 1,3 dipoles. A novel series of 13 isoxazoline functionalized 7-hydroxycoumarins was synthesized, and all these compounds were subjected for evaluation of in vitro biological activity. The activity observed for compounds 2, 4, and 8 under in vitro conditions motivated us to test these compounds for in vivo. And in the in vivo conditions, levamisole was used as a standard, and different doses of compounds 2, 4, 8, and standard were administered to the animals. Significant enhancement in the T and B cell proliferation was seen by the compounds 2, 4, and 8 in comparison to the standard. Similarly, significant HA titer was observed at day 7 and day 14. An enhancement in the secretion of cell-secreted cytokines such as IL-2, IL-gamma, and IL-4 was also seen. DTH responses were very high for these compounds in comparison to the standard. The observations vis-a-vis immunophenotypic expressions like CD8 and CD4 also support observations regarding the cytokine expression. The enhancement in CD4 values for these compounds clearly implies that the immunogenic responses follows MHC class II pathway. NO production was found to be more by these compounds in comparison to the standard. In all these in vivo experiments, compound 2 exhibited highest activity at all the doses in comparison to control, the standard, and compounds 4 and 8. It is pertinent to mention that the isoxazoline possess one chiral in their ring, thereby raising the possibility that these derivatives would be a mixture of 2 possible enantiomers. In order to investigate the impact of stereochemistry of these conjugates on their immune potentiating activity, kinetic resolution of the compound, that is compound 2, which is the most active compound, was carried out. The lipase showed excellent differential enantiomer selectivity in catalyzing the hydrolysis of racemic ester. It was observed that the enzyme in presence of S isomer selectively hydrolyzed the R counterpart without affecting S isomer, producing the corresponding enantiomer pure alcohol with high enantiomeric excess. Analysis of the results from biological experiments in light of these structural relationships points to some interesting conclusions. That is, immune potentiating activity of these derivatives was found to be more in comparison to the control or that of the parent compound. Similarly, isoxazolines possessing the electron donating groups, they were found to be more active than that of the electron withdrawing groups. Induction of a bulky alkyl group, that is a naphthyl group, it decreases immunopotentiating activity with increase in dose. This is attributed to the high molecular mass and overcrowding of the aryl groups, which probably inhibit the effective interaction of the pharmacophore with its corresponding receptors. The attachment of 7-hydroxycoumarin at 5th position via an O-allyl intermediate formation on the isoxazolate ring together with appropriately functionalized aromatic ring at the 3rd position of isoxazoline seem to impart immune enhancing activity to the molecule. It was also seen that the enantiomers as well as racemate, they were found to be equal in the activity, which may be attributed to their flexible molecular structure. And these compounds can be advocated as suitable immune or stimulatory lead compounds for future research. Thank you.
I'd like to talk about my work where I studied molecular and dielectric behavior of a partially fluorinated chiral liquid crystal molecule. I will start with the brief introduction in liquid crystal, followed by the characterization techniques, which include DFT, polarization, optical spectroscopy, birefringence, dielectrical spectroscopy, electro-optical studies, before presenting the conclusion. LC phases lie between crystalline and liquid phases. A compound to be a liquid crystal needs to have a rod geometry or a test geometry. My compound has a rod geometry. And note that the liquid crystal have 3D structures arranged in layers. Liquid crystals have wide applications. The compound is a chiral liquid crystal material and its acronym is 3FOBI. The presence of 3F means carbon carrying 3 fluorine induces a permanent dipole moment in the compound. The compound is synthesized by a group at pole end to solve the pre-transitional effects and dark state problem. The carbon carrying fluorine solves the pre-transitional effect, whereas its tendency to form high tilt solves the dark state problem. The presence of the chirality in the molecule induces a helical twist as shown in the figure. And in the helical twist, the dipole moment of the first molecule is cancelled by the dipole moment of the last molecule, and thereby the compound has net zero polarization. To induce polarization in the compound, the need is to unwind the helix, which is done by filling the compound in 3.3 micrometer thick cell. DFT calculation shows the compound has highly nonlinear structure with benzene rings are non-coplanar. CO and CO groups induce lateral dipole moment. The electrical properties are calculated using Millikan Pearson and Parr formulas and are listed in the table. The compound has a wide band gap of 4.0 electron volt, important to form stable phases. The nonlinear properties are calculated using DFT, which shows the compound has a non-zero first-order static hyperpolarizability with a value of 745.49 angstrom by angstrom square. It shows that the compound has a Chi2 type nonlinear optical properties. The phase sequence of the compound is obtained by textual studies. The high birefringent part of the texture is matched with the Michael-Lewis chart to obtain the birefringence value of that particular phase. SMC star has a value of 0.16, which is a high birefringence value. The electric spectroscopy of the compound is obtained in low frequency region using an impedance analyzer located in Department of Physics and ITM. The compound has all 5 relaxation modes, which are Goldstone mode and soft mode in SMC star, high frequency pH mode, high and low frequency PL mode in SMA star, and a degenerated soft mode in SM star. The arrangement of the molecule in these modes are illustrated in the scheme given below. The data obtained is also fitted using a modified cold relaxation model to obtain the relaxation time and relaxation frequency. The optical studies of the compound shows that the compound has a low PS values like 10.8 nanocoulomb centimeter square at 118 degrees Celsius and a 5 millisecond response time. In conclusion, the compound has a very wide band gap. It's a Chi2 type nonlinear material, has negative dielectric anisotropy in SNC star phase, large birefringence in SNC star, and a low spontaneous polarization. The compound cannot be used on its own, needs to be mixed with other optically active compound to give a technologically relevant mixture. These are my publications, and I would like to thank Department of Chemistry and the DSC, New Delhi, for supporting the work. Thanks.
Good morning all. My name is Dr. Sharanappa Chapi, Assistant Professor, Department of PG Studies in Physics, KLA Society, Jagadguru Tondadar College, Gadapatgiri. My topic is influence of cobalt chloride catalyzed on the thermal analysis and optical characterization and preparation of PO-based solid polymer electrolytes. See, nowadays we are in polymer world. Polymers are everywhere and play a vital role in our everyday lives. The present progress in the polymer science can be considered revolutionary. Opportunities are abundant to create a new polymeric materials and modifying existing polymers as per different applications. Our topic covered these introduction, some aspects, experimental details, characterizations, results and discussions, some conclusions. Some basic concept, what are polymers, polymer electrolytes, some modifications, improvement of conductivity. There are some applications discussing on. The basic polymer electrolytes is highly specialized interdisciplinary field with physics, chemistry, chemical engineering, medical science, defense, and so on. From last 2 decades, polymer electrolyte research has employed widely in the production of diverse range of electronic and optical devices. So considering that's why spin coating is one of the simplest way to deposit the different types of materials confined in a solution form. In the basic spin coating process, this is a solution casting technique. I'm not focusing on solution cast techniques. Your preparation then film as shown in this figure. This is a schematic diagram how to prepare the solution cast techniques. Now focus on only spin coating techniques. Here, the thin film suspension, which is composed of solid particles suspended in a solvent mounted in a planar substrates. The rotation of substrates ensures it is accelerated up to its final desired rotation speed, which is usually lies in the range of 2000 to 8000 RPM. See the in my lab, I have preparation of some polymer electrolytes using these are the chemical structure of some polar used in polymer electrolytes. So many. Example, PEO, PV, PMMA, PCl, CS, PVP, PVC, and PVDF. In my experiment, using first one is a PEO, polyethylene oxide, because this is a primary solid electrolytes due to their low lattice energy, high flexibility, high electrochemical stability with alkaline salts. The choice of the alkali salts is also essential to achieve a high ionic conductivity, 10 to the -4 centimeter. I'm focusing only PEO. Now is a device fabrication process. I have seen this figure. The right side is a digital camera SB1. A1 is a how to construct their device. The system of the inverted from was fabricated on a cleaned glass substrate, means ITO coated. Its surface resistivity around 8 to 12 ohm per square. The homogeneous viscous solution was spin coated at 3,500 rpm for the 30 seconds, deposited on ITO under atmospheric pressure. Second one is the doctor blading techniques with the effective area of 1 centimeter square was applied for the top metal electrode, silver pasted. See, finally, the obtained transparent and uniform film on the different substrate thickness found to be in the range of 8.6 to 9.2 micrometer. Insert shows the optical photograph NG5, QZ5, IT5. IT5 is using here ITO glass, here normal glass, one is a quartz glass. What is the difference? See the transparency. Some discussing about morphology studies. The surface morphology has been changed significantly with the dopant due to the capability between the polymer and the dopant. See the grain-like spirulite structure of unique size with the rough surface of IT5. The spirulite growth is followed by the process of exclusion of amorphous components. It is a known fact that conducting ions usually pick the amorphous region. These findings are consistent with the XRD, DSC conductivity results. As shown the above below table, see the crystallinity increases. So using the ITO glass, it's obviously amorphous contents increases, so conductivity is increases. Now, one major part is the ionic conductivity. Electrical conductivity and dielectric studies. You see in about two figures, the conductivity increases with the temperatures reaching the maximum value 1.21 into 10 to the power of -3 Siemens per centimeter at 343 Kelvin. The temperature increases indeed leads to an increase in the conductivity due to the enlarged free volume. PCl5 is the most desirable structural framework, thereby promising a increased ionic transport within the polymer network. The second one is the capacitance also frequency plot. The device is at different temperature. The temperature increases, the capacitance also increases. Is a low frequency range, whereas in the high frequency range, starting with the 120 Hz, almost constant capacitance is attained with the increased temperature. Now, supercapacitor performance study is very important. The cyclic voltammetry is used in the solid or solution test, the electrochemical properties of various materials. The shape of purity as well as its electrochemical stability can be computed by the reproducible and considered existence of the CV curves. The measure is a successfully completed thin films have increases the temperature reaching the high maximum value of 1.21 10 to -371 centimeter at 343 Kelvin. Finally, it may be concluded that remarkable improvement in the ionic conductivity and the cyclic stability. The authors thank to Dr. Devendra Paich, Professor of Mangalore University, Physics Department, Professor M.K. Rabinal Sir, Professor of Physics Department, Karnataka State, Dharwad, Professor Principal Sir Engareddy Sir, KLE Society, JD College, Goda, Uttungoda Sir, Chairman, and Professor of Davangere University, Gangadhar Bavle Azmat, Professor S.V. Angdi Sir, and Kabir Billo is gratefully acknowledged. Thank you, one and all.
The title of my presentation, Evaluation of Anti-Cancer Activity of Garcinia morella on Experimental Animals. Garcinia morella, locally known as the Fujitekera in Assamese language, and the plant is used by the several folkloric practitioners of the northeastern region of the India to cure various diseases and disorder of the liver, stomach, and the inflammatory diseases. Therefore, the presentation study was undertaken to evaluate the anti-cancer activity of Garcinia morella to engage phyloreplications in this culture model. The fresh fruit of the plant was collected from capital districts of Assam, India, and the plant was identified and authenticated by the taxonomist of the regional center, Guwahati. Now, the collected fresh fruits were cut into small pieces, and the pulp of this fruit were air dried and then powdered, and then it is extracted with 70% ethanol by maceration for real stage, and then the extract was filtered and evaporated
in a rotatory evaporator under reduced pressure, and then it is lyophilized to get the dry residue. The drug treatment protocol: the gastric ulcer history was carried out using visitor rats, and the animals were divided into 4 groups, and each group contained 6 rats. The test drug, Garcinia morella fluid extract, in the dosage of 200 and 400 mg, and the standard drug ranitidine at dose of 50 mg per kg were administered orally twice daily for 5 days for acute protective study in PL-induced ulcer model. The food was withdrawn 1 day before the experiment, so water was allowed. Now the phylogeligation-induced ulcer model. The phylogeligation on the first rat stomach was done under the anesthetized condition. The abdomen was opened and the ligation was done without causing any damage to its blood supply. Then the stomach was carefully replaced and abdomen was closed with interrupted suture. After 4 hours, the stomach were dissected out and cut open along the greater curvature, and the ulcer were observed, and then the ulcer index was calculated. Now the gastric secretion STD. In the gastric secretion STD, the gastric juice was collected 4 hours after the pylorus ligation, and then it is centrifuged at 3000 rpm for 10 minutes, and the volume of supernatant was measured. The pH of the gastric juice was measured using a pH meter, and the total acidity of the gastric juice was determined by titrating it with 0.01 NOS using proper region and phenolphthalein as indicator as per the method of the permanent Henning. Now the result shows that oral administration of the Garcinia morella fluid extract produced dose dependent and a significant reduction in the ulcer index. In this model, Garcinia morella fluid extract at the dose of 200 and 400 mg per kg decreased the index of gastric lesions by 12.33 to 9.16 respectively, and they also produced at the dose of 200 mg 24.49% protection, and at the dose of 400 mg it produces 43.90 ulcer protection. Now, the table shows that in the gastric secretion study compared with control, the rat treated with the extract at doses of 400 mg significantly reduced the gastric volume of gastric acid, pH, and total HTT. Now, conclusion. The phytochemical investigation of the Garcinia morella shows the presence of the flavonite as a major component, and it possesses a significant anti-ulcer activity, and this activity may be due to its free radical scavenging activity, and it validates the Falco claim. Thank you.
Hello everyone. This is my topic of my presentation: analysis of self-similarity, memory, and variation in growth rate of COVID-19 cases in India. Myself, Dr. Horticultural from University of Bardwan. The objectives of this present talk is: firstly, analysis has been done on daily number of new confirmed cases of COVID-19 in India, starting from January 30, which is the first reporting date, till June 30, 2020. And the source is WHO Coronavirus Disease COVID-19 dashboard. Secondly, to reduce uncertainty and irregular fluctuations in the present time series, 7-point moving average is taken, and the entire analysis has been further performed over the 7-point moving average data. For this time series, investigation of fractal nature has been performed by means of Higuchi method, and corresponding fractal dimension has been obtained. Also, scaling analysis has been applied to understand the nature of the memory unit by means of first exponent. Next, on the basis of 7-point moving average data, a cumulative profile of confirmed cases of COVID-19 in India has been generated. An effort has been made to understand the initial exponential growth and also the growth rate of infection. So this is actually the data, daily new confirmed cases of COVID-19 in India. Next one is a 7-point moving average for this particular data. And now comes the Higuchi method for estimating the fractal dimension. Here, what we do, we start with the time series XTN, where small n is actually the 1, 2, 3 up to capital N, where capital N represents the actual size of the data taken. And we start with a regular interval Tn, given by this particular manner. and tau represents the constant gap between two consecutive observation instances. By this way, we frame this fractal length as LNK, where K is the length of the curve for time interval, this K, and we set this average LK, and then we can observe that this particular LK is proportional to K to the power minus T, and this exponent D is then called the fractal dimension. And basically, this fractality should be rising if we have this range for D coming between 1 and 2. And this is actually the curve for the present case. We are getting the fractal dimension from this best estimating straight line for the log-log plot, and you can see it's very much coinciding with this log-log plot. And then we have framed this Hurst exponent by means of scaling analysis. Here, what we do, we start by taking the cumulative standard deviation of the data by this manner given by equation 3. And then we can observe this particular power law for this dt, which is the cumulative standard deviation, as proportional to T to the power h given by 4. This h is called the Hurst exponent, and observation says this Hurst exponent should lie between 0 to 1. And exact value for 0.5 gives us a true random walk or Brownian time series. If it lies between 0 to 0.5, it means a short memory process. If it is between 0.5 to 1, it's a long memory process. Exactly equal to 1 means a smooth time series, and 0 means it's a white noise. See here is the curve for the scaling analysis of the 7-point moving average of this daily data. And here, this particular straight line is the best fitting straight line for this log-log plot, and the corresponding slope of this straight line will give us the estimation of Hurst exponent. Now comes the variable growth rate of infection during initial exponential growth phase. We start by taking this infection at time t as it, given by I0 is to the power mu t, and I0 is the total number of infected at an initial time what we have chosen. Mu is the corresponding growth rate, and if this mu is variable with time t, we can have this equation 6, where mu represents a function of time. And eventually from 7, we can have this mu at different time t coming from 6. Next task is to fit a polynomial of certain convenient degree for this mu as obtained by this equation 7. The process is continued till the measure of goodness of fit r squared for the polynomial stays greater than 0.97, and also the percentage error at each position for the estimated I as counted by 6 for the estimated mu over this polynomial against the actually observed I stays within 5%. And this particular thing is repeated for different fresh choices of this I0 as we just have these particular things observed. Otherwise, we have to stop if this accessibility range fails, and then we have to say that we have exhausted the exponential initial growth rate. And this is actually the cumulative number of confirmed cases of COVID-19. And then comes the different slices for this growth rate. First is 59 to 82 days, taking day 58 as the origin. Next is 83 to 90 days. Next is for 91 to 101. Then comes 102 to 106 days. Then 107 to 132 days profile, and finally 133 to 147 days profile. So here comes the conclusion of the present work. The obtained fractal dimension is T 1.107, which is in the admissible range between 1 to 2. It's showing some fractality, so it possesses some self-similarity or fractal nature. So some kind of statistical replication of pattern from microstage to macrostage is visible here. We are getting the Hurst exponent H as 0.491, which is less than 0.5, which shows some kind of short or anti-persistent behavior. That means this possibly suggesting that on an average a relatively shorter incubation period for COVID-19 in India. The magnitude is somehow very near to 0.5 for this Hurst exponent, showing a tendency towards randomness. Observation possibly indicates a more uncertain behavior in terms of predictability. Study doesn't yield a constant growth rate of infection, rather it shows a time-dependent profile with variable functional representation at different windows of time. This supports the observation of short memory as well as possible tendency towards randomness, which altogether in turn might point towards a complexity in the inherent process. So these are the references what we have taken.
The topic is crystalline molecular diagnostic studies of recyclers and protein inhibitors. I'm Dr. Kiran, Professor, Department of Physics, School of Engineering Technology, Deemed University, Bangalore. My outline of the talk is introduction, material methods, description of ligand, description of protein, protein ligand interaction using our product, bending set prediction, blocking energy calculation results in this conclusion. Cyclohexane resins is a non-planar molecules confirm constant with atoms looking up as well as looking down. It exactly changes its position in C9 position in dinitrophenyl as well as dichlorophenyl. It also shows its significant characteristics of anti-tumorous and anti-tumor activity. Shortcoming studies is if a molecule presents inside the molecular party as well as lead to a molecule with their biological activities. Second is stabilizing the structure expected to provide the insight of drug design. Third one is docking studies provided detailed possible drug receptor to appropriate drug design. This is a R-type diagram of the first molecule, crystal data of the first molecule. This is a packing diagram of CH2 interaction with the amino acids. This is a second R-type diagram for the second molecule of 2-hydroxy-4-methane. This is a crystal data for the second molecule exhibits in monoclinic. This is a packing diagram of CH2 interaction of the second molecule. Second part is the protein ligand docking. This is a ligand with the protein. Together we are calling as a packing protein ligand docking. Gives a protein structure, predicts the ligand bindings, structure-based drug design, virtual screening, lead optimization. Ligand with receptor using this software, we are calling that one as a ligand receptor complex. One is the receptor with the ligand protein inhibitors to bind that is a featured drug. This preparation of protein is loaded from the protein data bank. In that, four molecules, other molecules are around that as we removed using the PDBQ format. This is the function of the FAK protein. This is the cellular addition, stick to their molecules around that, migration, etc. This is the docking structure of the ligand of the first molecule using the binding site. Same with used with the dark as well as black cells. This is a pharmacophore interaction of the ligand, the protein, for the residues of the amino acids. This is the van der Waals electrostatic interaction using the discovery studio, where van der Waals electrostatics and covalent bond. This is the link flat residues using the 2D interaction in the molecular surface. Binding energy is obtained over -6.13 with inhibition constant at 2.02. From dark score is -10.62. The second molecule also used using the pi bar, using the autodock for the residues of the amino acids. This is a pharmacophore for interaction with the second molecule. Docking energy is obtained over -6.42. As well as dark score is obtained over -7.18. This is a comparison of the first molecule, -6.42, -6.13, with inhibition constant 19.76, 32.02. In understanding better docking structure gives the cavity of the target protein, negative value gives the affinity of the molecule, higher the energy, more the inhibition constant, therefore it is obtained -6.42 with the 19.68. This has been protein ligand has been taken for the animal trials for the 10th page. Future drug development, identify diseases, future drug design, disease, protein, future drug design. Intermolecular interaction between the ligand and protein investigated. Biomolecule used as protein inhibitor to attack the protein. Selected molecule has been taken as a wet laboratory used as the anti-cancerous drug. Thank you.
All of you. And again, we're talking about biochemistry aspect of the college of arts and science, and my topic is protective and antioxidant activities of Terpinaria ornata molecular structure. We'll start with a brief overview on Terpinaria ornata. It's a macroscopic marine ground algae having hard and thick body with distinctive angular carbon-like plates. It's a common intertidal species found in exposed rocky intertidal area, tide pools, intertidal benches, creek flats, and deeper water. It is used for the production of alginate, compound used in various industries such as textiles, food, medicine, and lab sciences. Here are some pictures of Terpinaria ornata. The aim and scope of the present study is to extract polyphenol fraction from Terpinaria ornata. Here I have designated as TOPP, and to assess its hepatoprotection and antioxidant activities with changes in the activity of AST, ALD, ALP, and LEH, alterations in the level of total protein, triglycerides, and total cholesterol, and changes in the level of the plasma antioxidant, glutathione, and liver antioxidants and enzymes, glutathione, superoxide dismutase, glutathione peroxidase, and catalase. The polyphenol fraction was extracted by following the procedure of dried and powdered turbinate ornata was extracted with 95% ethanol, 1:10 weight by volume at 20 degrees centigrade for 3 days. And the extract was evaporated in vacuum and used whenever required by dissolving in water, distilled water. The experimental design is given here. The experiments were done for 7 days. Group 1 received only distilled water. Group 2 received the paracetamol, 2 grams per kilogram body weight for 7 days. All other groups also received paracetamol at the similar doses, but group 3 received the standard drug CMAD in 100 milligram per kilogram body weight. Group 4, 5, and 6 received turbinate ornata polyphenol fraction for 7 days at the dose of 50 milligram per kilogram body weight, 100 milligram per kilogram body weight, and 200 milligram per kilogram body weight respectively. The biochemical parameters analyzed are given here. In the results, the hepatic marker enzymes ALB, AST, ALP, and LDH showed an increase on treatment with paracetamol, and they came back to normal levels with Silimatics. On treatment with turbinate ornata polyphenol fractions also, we found a decrease in the levels to be almost near normal levels with better activities at 200 milligram per kilogram body weight. Total bilirubin increased with paracetamol, and they came back to normal levels with polyphenol. In the case of total protein, the levels decreased with paracetamol dosage, but they came back to normal level with the treatment of polyphenol fraction. Similar activities were noted for antioxidants and antioxidant enzymes also. The glutathione level was decreased with paracetamol dosage, but they came back to normal levels with polyphenol fraction and Silimatics. Similarly, the superoxide dismutase, glutathione peroxidase, catalase enzymes, their activities were found to decrease with paracetamol, but they came back to normal levels with polyphenol. To summarize, the activities of serum enzymes and serum bilirubin were found to increase, and protein levels and antioxidants are found to decrease in paracetamol-induced stress, probably due to paracetamol toxicity. Simultaneous addition of paracetamol and TOPP decreased the activities of above hepatic marker and increased in protein and antioxidant levels comparable to that of normal rat. This shows the protective property of TOPP or cell membrane and the prevention of leakage and cellular enzymes and the role as an antioxidant. Thus, turbinate ornata polyphenol fraction is found to have protective and antioxidant properties against paracetamol-induced liver damage in rats. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Today I'm going to talk about structural dependence of toxicity in NI-based physiologies. Because of the time constraint, I'm going to skip the pages. There are many types of physiology, but today I'm going to talk about the full physiology or FHA. The general formula is X2YZ, where X and Y are transient elements and Z is an SP element. For example, X and Y are taken to be like M and NG. So we have M and 2Z in SI. So the full histologies have two types of structure. The L21 or regular type, space 225, and the other one is the inverse or XA type with space to 216. Now, in the cubic structure, we have 4 atomic positions at 0, 0, 0, 0.25, 0.25, 0.25, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, and D 0.75, 0.75, 0.5. These are the Weicker positions, and this is along the body diagonal of the cubic structure. Now, in the regular structure, we have the atomic arrangement of the elements as
X, Y, X, Z. And in the inverse structure, we have the arrangement as X, X, Y, Z. So this is the difference between these two structures. Moreover, this here, the X have octahedral symmetry, but here the X elements have tetrahedral symmetry. Now, today we have taken this Ni base histolase, where M has been taken as SCTI and V, and Z has been taken as TL and PP. So first we have optimized the structure in L21 and exit type structures. The lattice constants in the L21 type structures are found to be larger than the exit type counterparts. So this will affect their hybridization. So now we'll analyze this spin polarized band structures, energy band structures. So if you see, this is for SC2NITL and this is for B2NITL. The red for spin down channel and the blue one is for spin up channel. So if you see here, the blue line crosses the Fermi level, giving the metallic character, whereas the red line, the spin down channel, there is a gap at the Fermi level. So this is a half metal. Okay, because one spin shows metallic character and the other spin channel shows semiconducting character. That's why it is called half metal. The same characteristics is observed here in the X-axis structure of B2 and ITL. However, if you see the L21 structures, both the spin channels crosses the Fermi level, so these are metallic systems. If you see again the case of TI2 and ITL and TI2 and IPP, in the X-axis structure we have the half metallic character, whereas in the L21 type structure we have the metallic character. So if we see the magnetic properties, they follow something called Slater-Pauling rule of MT equal to ZT minus ZT, where MT is the total magnetic moment per formula unit, and ZT is the total number of valence electrons. So if you see for ST2 and ITL, the total number of valence electron is 19, so 19 minus 18 will give you 1. Similarly for TI2 and ITL, the total number is 21, so 21 minus 18 is giving 3. Similarly for TI2 and IPV and B2 and ITL, the Slater-Pauling rule or the SC rule is followed in the X structure. Okay, and the Slater-Pauling rule is not obeyed in the L1 type structures. Moreover, if you see the individual magnetic moments, except for SC2 and ITL, all the atomic magnetic moments are rich parallel. So that means they are paramagnetic in nature. Whereas for SC and ITL, it is a paramagnetic nature. Both the electronic and magnetic properties can be understood by studying the partial density of states. Here, if you see, there is a hybridization. There is a strong hybridization of EG and T2G states or orbitals of the transition elements, whereas there is no such thing. Because of which there is a band gap at the Fermi level in the spin channel, and the metallic character is shown in the spin-up channel. Whereas there is no such kind of hybridization between the d orbitals or the d states, and it does not result in any semiconducting band gap in any one of the spin channels. So this is the summary. Thank you.
I'm rejoining. Huh?
Once again, a very good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to apologize all as we were unable to connect Speaker Sir due to some technical issue and conduct this session earlier. Now, may I take this opportunity to welcome our Speaker Sir, Dr. Trideb Kumar Hazarika. Welcome, sir. I would also like to welcome all the participants to the last technical session of the final day of International Web Conference on Recent Advances in Science. I'm pleased to introduce our session speaker, Dr. Trideb Kumar Hazarika, who is currently working as Associate Professor in the Department of Horticulture, Aromatic and Medicinal Plants, Mizoram Central University. He did his postdoctorate from Michigan State University, USA. He completed his MSc Agriculture and BSc Agri in Horticulture from Assam Agriculture University, Jorhat, Assam, and completed his PhD in Pomology from Mizoram Central University. He joined as Assistant Professor in the Department of Horticulture, Aromatic and Medicinal Plant, Mizoram Central University in 2007 and became Associate Professor in January 2006. He was head of the Department of Horticulture, Aromatic and Medicinal Plant, Mizoram Central University from 1st August 2016 till May 2019. He guided 2 PhD and 32 MSc horticulture students as supervisor. To his credit, he has 56 research papers in Journal of International and National Reviews. In addition, he edited 1 book, authored 18 book chapters, 2 seminar proceedings, and 3 technical bulletins. He also organized 1 international, 1 national, and 1 regional conference, 1-month national level training program, 1-week national level training cum workshop as organizing secretary. He was also invited as lead speaker, keynote speaker in 16 national, international seminars, conference. In addition, he also presented 19 oral papers in various national and international seminars. From this, sir, you may take over the session, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Is my screen visible? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go on.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
Just
Yes.
make it full screen mode.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So first of all, I'd like to congratulate the organizers for organizing such a great event during that COVID-19 pandemic conditions. And today I'm going to deliver my lectures on that sustainability through biodiversity, the experience from horticulture. And I'd like to mainly that focus.
Audible?
Is it audible? Hello.
Yes, audible, sir.
Okay,
yes, sir,
thank
audible,
you.
audible. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Continue.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to share the experience mainly from that northeastern regions. You know that northeastern region is located in one part of India, which is comprises of 8 different states, and the northeast region is mainly that known for its that diversity in that culture, then ethnicity, as well as in that biodiversity. So the region is very much famous for the red orchids. Out of the total orchids of the world, 850 orchids have been reported from these regions. In addition to that, around 500 medicinal and aromatic plants have been also reported from these regions. And the region is having the diverse agroclimatic conditions. We will get that different plants from the tropical, subtropical to the temperate horticultural crops. You know that although Northeast India is among the 18 biodiversity hotspots, but there are lots of diversity in the horticultural crops in these regions. If we see that the fruits diversity, there is variation in the plant types, morphological as well as the physiological characteristics, then adaptability, their distributions in almost all the features of horticultural crops, we will see that diversity. If we see that the habitat diversity of horticultural crops in Northeast India, the major horticultural crops have been reported to be found in the primary forest. In addition to this, these are also found in the secondary forest, then agroforestry systems, abandoned lands, and more particularly in the home gardens. Actually, in each and every household in Northeast India, they are having their own home gardens in the backyards of their home, which is that where there are lots of different types of underutilized fruits have been reported. In Northeast India, the major horticultural crop is the citrus. It is very much famous for the citrus. And among the different citrus species, the most important ones are the citron. Then, the major one is the mandarin orange. Then in addition to that mandarin orange, in these regions, the other cultivated citrus species are pomelo, then lemon, citron, sweet orange, sotkara, rough lemon. So these are the major citrus species of these regions. Although there are 17 species, 53 varieties, and 7 probable hybrids have been reported from these regions. This region is very much rich in the germplasm of this citrus. Among the different citrus, the major one, as I have told in my previous slide, is the Khasi mandarin. So as the name indicates, Khasi is the one hills located in the state of Meghalaya, and there are lots of diversity of mandarin, varied in their size, shape, then their colors. In different forms, actually, the mandarin diversity is found in northeastern regions. The next one is that pomelo. Generally, there are 2 types of pomelos in northeastern regions. One is red flesh, then second one is that white flesh. And red flesh pomelo is very much that rich in that anthocyanin content, and which is found to be that very rich source of that medicines. A number of varieties have been found that in northeastern regions, and most of the varieties have been named that from that place where it is available. Even we have done the characterizations of physical as well as the chemical properties of different pomelo accessions, and from our study it have been proven that all the pomelo accessions are varied in their physical as well as the chemical characteristics. Another important species of Northeast India is the citron, that commonly known as Citrus medica, and as I have shown in my previous slides, that edible portion is that Hesperidian, but here the edible portion is that white spongy portions, which is very sweet in taste. And as the name indicates, Citrus medica means it is having the medicinal properties. And there are different types of medicas in these regions. Like as the name indicates, that depending upon its size, Birajora, Bonjora, Mithajora, then Jare Jamil, So Made. So these are the different types of that citron available in northeastern regions. Another species is that rough lemon. Its outer species, that cover is very rough, not smooth. Then there are 2 types of rough lemons in northeast India. One is highly acidic, another one is the sweet pulp. So that there are 4 types of acidic type and 1 type of in that sweet type. Another important citrus species that is Macroptera, which is commonly known as Hotkora or Sotkora. And there are the Hotkora also that it is one of the that endemic species of northeastern regions, commonly found in the states like Manipur, then Mizoram, as well as in some parts of that Assam's. Grapefruit. The difference between the grapefruit and the pomelo is that in pomelo they are always bearing that singly, and the size of pomelo is always big. It is biggest. It is the biggest citrus species of the world, and the grapefruit it is size is small, and they always bear in clusters of 4 to 5. Another species is the Assam lemon that, as the name indicates, it is the species commonly found in Assam. The characteristic features of Assam lemon is that it bears throughout the year. So even though it flowers also throughout the year, most of the varieties. And some varieties are there which is flowers only once in a year, like So Liang. And one variety is reported that is sweet pulp that is known as that Pani Jamir. Lime is also that another available species of citrus in northeastern region. Even we did that ethnomedicinal studies of that all available citrus species of northeastern regions, and from our study it has proved that all the citrus species of northeast regions is having that medicinal properties. They are used either for one or for that other diseases in the rural that villages of that northeastern regions. In addition to that, all that citrus species, there are some citrus species which are under the threats of extinctions. One is that Citrus indica. This is that primitive citrus species which is available only in that Nokrek biosphere reserves and that some parts of Arunachal. This is the primitive citrus species from which the present day cultivated citrus species have been found to be that evolved. Then Citrus assamensis, the peculiar characteristics of this species is that it is having that smell like that of that ginger. That's why it is in Assamese it is called Ada Jamir. Means Ada means ginger. It is having that ginger like smells. And this cultivar is this species is having very good scope to use as value-added products even in the value-added products of citrus. Another species is a Citrus isangjensis. It is found in Meghalaya as well as in Nagaland. And this species is cold hardiness. It is having cold hardiness. And recently studies have been done to see that it's used as that root stocks. And it have proved that this species is a very good root stocks of this citrus. Citrus megaloxicarpa, commonly known as that sour pomelo. The fruits are big like pomelo, but taste is very sour. Then another species that is very unexploited but very high yielding. As I have shown in my pictures, that one single plant bears around more than that 5,000 fruits. But the characteristic features of this species is that it is found only in that Kasai village of Ukrul district of Manipur. Even that scientists tried to plant this species in other parts of India, but in other parts it never produced this kind of fruits. Then another one is that Ilasinimbu. It is having that flavor like that of that cardamom. Next to the citrus, the another important species of citrus is banana. So there are different types of banana. As I have shown you in the pictures, actually it is that Bhimkol or Athiakol. It is a common species of Assam. And this species, although it is seeded banana, but recently the very good that baby food powder could be prepared from this banana species. Although it is a wild banana, but it produces that baby food powder which can be comparable with that other baby foods found in that markets. There are different types of cultivated as well as that wild banana species in northeastern regions. These all are that wild banana species found in that especially in that Mizoram of northeastern regions. So these all are that wild banana species. Then pineapple, mainly there are two types of pineapples in northeastern regions. One is Q, another one is that Queen. Queen is that commercial cultivars, and that is commercial table cultivar where the size is very small, and Q is also known as giant Q. The size is always very big. So this is that biodiversity in mango. A number of variations is found in mango diversity, like different wild mangoes like Mangifera sylvatica that is found in that Tripura or Manipur, and again that other species like Mangifera foetida that is very common species in that Arunachal Pradesh. So these are some recent introductions or introduced horticultural crops in northeastern regions like passion fruits. Recently, that although the crop is recently introduced, but it has been proven very commercial in some states like Manipur and Mizoram. Then jackfruits, there are two types of jackfruits, and one is that normal jackfruit, then second one is that monkey jack, which is commonly known as Artocarpus lacosa. So these are the new introductions like kiwi. Kiwi is also that although it is a crop from this New Zealand, but recently in northeastern state it has been found to be great potential, like in the Arunachals, then that Mizoram as well as that Nagaland. This crop is it produces very good fruits. Then strawberry, that another new introduced food crops in northeastern regions, and 9 varieties have been identified in northeastern regions for cultivations. And the ICR Research Station for Northeastern Hill regions, they did a lot of research in strawberry, and they produced. Yes.
Sorry for interruption, sir. Can you please finish up in about 2 minutes or 3 minutes, sir?
2-3 minutes. Okay.
Yes, sir. As we are lagging behind time.
Okay. I'll go to that last slide then. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, in addition to that, there are lots of underutilized horticultural crops. All these underutilized horticultural crops are also have been found to be very beneficial to that support give that livelihood support, as well as to sustain the economy of that rural people in northeastern regions. And all these underutilized fruit crops, they have been reported to have lots of medicinal values. So these are all different underutilized fruit crops of northeastern regions. Now next, what are the gaps in the diversity conservations in these northeastern regions? First one is that knowledge and information. All that information about these horticultural crops have been transmitted from one generation to another generations orally only. That there is no any documented study. So that's why it is the high time to do that research on these horticultural crops, especially that underutilized crops of these northeastern regions. Then there is gap in that policy plan and implementation of the programs. Then there is lack of research related to the diversity of these horticultural crops in northeastern regions. That's why it is the high time we all the scientific community have to think about the conservation of all the horticultural resources in these northeastern regions. Like we have to think about that domestications. We have to think about the commercial cultivations. We have to think about the conversion of home gardens to that nutritional gardens in order to support the rural people, so that in order to improve their immune systems by consuming these underutilized horticultural crops. So in conclusion, I'd like to say that appropriate national policy, action plans and programs related to that conservations, as well as sustainable utilization of all these valuable assets of northeastern regions should be formulated. Then intensive inventory and documentation of all the useful resources, their chemical constituents, habitats, as well as the potential utilizations of as raw materials should be undertaken immediately. And pilot programs should be taken for commercializations, then plantations, as well as domestication of all these available horticultural resources of northeastern regions. And top priority should be given for in situ conservation of all the available species, horticultural species of northeastern regions. With this, I would like to conclude my speech. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentations on the diversity of horticulture crops in northeastern regions. Now, I would like to thank you, sir, on behalf of the organizing committee for accepting our invitation and giving us your valuable time, sir. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank all the participants. And may I now hand over the screen to Ma'am Dr. Barbara Sangma for the valedictory session.
Now, may I have a moment of silence, please? Yes, you heard me. I'm asking for a moment of silence, not silence. And I would like to extend that. May I have a lifetime of science, please? A very good morning and a very good afternoon and good evening once again. Professor Saurabh Basu, Department of Physics, IIT Guwahati, and Vice President Pane, and advisory member of International Web Conference on Recent Advances in Science 2020. Professor Ayan Bhattacharjee, Department of Physics, NIT Meghalaya, and advisory board member of this International Web Conference. Reverend Father Vivan Rodrigues Mukim, Principal Don Bosco College, Tura, and Chairman of this International Web Conference and Chairman of the Organizing Committee. Dr. Arindam Ghosh, IQAC Coordinator of Don Bosco College, Tura, and Convener of Organizing Committee of this International Web Conference. Reverend Father Abhilash V.J., Vice Principal, Don Bosco College, Tura, and member of this Organizing Committee. Dr. Arindam Barman, Organizing Secretary of this web conference. Dr. Yuvraj Sharma, Organizing Secretary of this web conference. Teaching faculty of Don Bosco College, Tura, Meghalaya, India, and all the participants from all across the globe. Once again, this is Dr. Barbara S. Sangma, welcoming you all now to a valedictory program. Sometimes I am under the illusion that literature and science do not meet, they don't come together. But listen to what William Blake has had to say. He wrote, "To see the world in a grain of sand and eternity in a petal of a flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour." And a scientist stated that he who can no longer pause to wonder and stand wrapped in awe is as good as dead. His eyes are closed. This is the meeting point, I believe. Wonder, curiosity, quest, the eye for possibilities. With this brief introduction, may I now invite Dr. Arindam Barman, one of the organizing secretaries, to give the report on biological sciences with reference to the International Web Conference on Recent Advances in Science 2020. Dr. Arindam Barman.
Thank you, Dr. Barbara, for giving me the opportunity. Good evening to all dear participants. I am here now to give the compiled report on the biological science category of International Web Conference on Recent Advances in Science. We received a total of 1,391 applications for registration from 17 countries and 4 continents. Out of 1,300 applications, 468 numbers of participants were registered for biological science. Under the broad category biological science, we received 82 applications in botany, 70 applications in zoology, 66 applications in agriculture and allied subjects, and 316 applications in other subjects of biological science like biotechnology, microbiology, botany, etc. A total of 102 abstracts were received together in physical and biological science. Out of 102 abstracts, 40 were received in biological sciences. A subject-wide breakup is as follows: in botany 2, in zoology 2, in biotechnology 2, in agriculture and allied subject 5, and other 29. After screening, 17 abstracts were provisionally selected for final round review, and finally 10 presentation from biological science were selected for the oral presentation during the web conference. A total of 11 resource persons and 2 invited speakers gave their presentation during the web conference, out of which 4 resource persons and 2 invited speakers had given their presentation in the field of biological science. The presentations of the resource persons and the invited speakers highlighted us about the different breeding lines of horticultural and agricultural crops, scope of these breeding lines, breeding methods for crop improvement through conventional and molecular breeding approaches. We are also highlighted about the role of vegetable crops in human health, which is the much need of the hour in this present pandemic situation. We also come to know about the different forest management strategies to combat the climate change. Oral presentations also highlighted us about tumor and cancer treatment, health benefits of different horticulture and agricultural crops, management of crop production techniques through conventional and ICT approaches. Methods and scope of molecular biology and transgenic technology was also discussed. The presentation given by the resource persons, invited speakers, and the oral presenters was with the theme of the conference, and the recent advances in science in the field of biology was discussed thoroughly during the presentation, like innovative application of IoT, Internet of Things and Robotics technology is a good example of interdisciplinary work. I hope that the highlights of the presentation might have contributed to an increase in the academic and research knowledge of the participants, which we can use in our academic and research work. With this, I thank all the resource persons, invited speakers, oral presenters, and the participants for showing your interest and active participation towards the conference. Thank you all. Mithila, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Barman, for having given us a detailed and very interesting report. Now, may I now invite Dr. Iwcras Sharma, the other organizing secretary, to give the report on physical sciences with reference to the International Web Conference on Recent Advances in Sciences 2020.
Thank you, Madam. I'm honored to present the report on the physical science category of the International Web Conference on Recent Advances in Science, IWCRAS 2020, organized by the Department of Physics and IQAC, Bosco College, Tura, Meghalaya, India. We received a total of 1,391 applications for registration, out of which 923 number of participants were from the physical science category. Number of participants from physics were 454, whereas 150 were from chemistry, 102 from mathematics, and 204 from other areas of physical science. Out of the 102 abstracts that we received for consideration, 62 were from physical sciences, and a subject-wise breakup as follows. For physics, we received 33 abstracts. For mathematics, 13. For chemistry, 11. And the number of abstracts from other disciplines of physical sciences were 5. After review, 5 abstracts were accepted for further review. And finally, only 3 presentations from physical sciences were selected for the oral presentation during the web conference. A total of 11 resource persons and 2 invited speakers gave their presentation during the conference, out of which 6 were from the physical sciences. A variety of topics were discussed, ranging from the fields of material science and nanoparticles, environment and environmental radioactivity, and it was especially encouraging to see topics on solar cells and green chemistry also. With that brief report, I end my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Iwcras Sharma. That was a real phenomenal report. And I just recall what Marie Curie has once said, though it is an old statement by her, I think it is still relevant. That is, now is the time to understand more so that we may fear less. I think the more we understand about the world and workings of science, the less we fear. And I think it is so pertinent at a time like this, the time of pandemic. I would like to state another quotation by Lisa Ramdal. People who think scientifically advance a knowledge of the world. The challenge is to understand as much as we can, and curiosity, unconstrained by dogma, is what is required. With this very, very scientific and advanced thought, I would like to request Professor Ayan Bhattacharjee, Department of Physics, NIT Meghalaya, an advisory board member of this international web conference, to address this valedictory session. Over to Professor Bhattacharjee.
Good evening to everyone present there. Thank you, Dr. Barbara, and thanks to Don Bosco Tura, who have organized such a wonderful web conference. I have been associated with Don Bosco College in a few other instances. 2 or 3 times I have visited the college also. And this pandemic time, it's a difficult time, but yet if we see the northeast of this country, we are a little bit, a bit lesser known in terms of the geography. I have faced situations when I have said I am from Shillong, and people try to figure out where was I actually from. So I think same might be the situation in Tura too. But yet this conference I have seen, there are delegates from Netherlands, Algeria, Tunisia, Portugal, Egypt, Canada, Sri Lanka, Germany, Italy. So thanks to the efforts of the convener, Dr. Arindam Ghosh, and the institute as a whole, that Tura now figures in the world map and people know about Tura. I think pandemic does have some positive effects too. It was really wonderful to be associated with this conference. Right from the beginning, Dr. Ghosh was in touch with me, and I've seen him working really hard. I've received a WhatsApp messages from him at 2 o'clock at night also. So that shows the dedication. Also that of Dr. Iwcras Sharma and the other organizing committee members. Professor Basu, we can see he is present here. And Piyush Kanti, Dr. Piyush Kanti Dhar, Dr. Samrat De, Dr. Navnita, Dr. Sandeep. All these people were actively involved in the preparation and organization. And that's why we have 1390 registration. That's a whopping number. Today, if I open my mailbox every day, I get invites for 10 to 15 webinars. And in that situation, someone getting 1390 registration, and then you have so many talks, 13 technical talks, so many technical sessions, and we had that talks over YouTube. All that brought together, it really talks about the success of the conference. I wish that this conference could have gone a day longer and we could have more resource persons. But anyway, all good things come to an end. But the efforts will continue, I hope, and we'll have bigger things out there. So thanks to everyone in the college out there, Father Rodriguez Mukim, the principal and the chairman of this conference, and the entire team of the college, all the organizing committee members, the faculty, the students, whoever were involved. It's indeed great to be a part of it, and the numbers tell everything about the success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'm really happy that you have brought about the sense of isolation that Northeast suffers from the rest of India. But then you have also mentioned that science has brought us together, that science has put Tura in the global map. And I have a statement here again from Louis Pasteur, who said that science knows no country because knowledge belongs to humanity and it is a torch which illuminates the world. I think this is a very apt quotation, a very apt statement when it comes to Northeast vis-a-vis the rest of India. And I do hope that the rest of the country will come to know about Northeast, about Tura, about Meghalaya a little better. Now it is my proud privilege to welcome Professor Saurabh Basu, Department of Physics, IIT Guwahati, and Vice President, FANE, and Advisory Board Member of International Web Conference on Recent Advances in Science 2020 to address this valedictory program.
Good evening, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Sangma. You have started saying that a moment of science. In fact, we need many more moments of that. So
yeah,
it's really a pleasure and privilege to deliver this valedictory address for IWCRAS 2020 held at Tura and organized by the Don Bosco College in Tura, Meghalaya. I have been there and I really like the place and the college as well. It was a real nice meeting the students, the teachers there, probably over a year back from now. And really appreciate the efforts taken by the organizers, particularly Dr. Arindam Ghosh, who had been in touch with me since long regarding this web conference. It is really laudable to see the efforts taken by the organizers and to popularize the science education and research in this part of the country. So unfortunately, the pandemic must have taken a toll on the proceedings and may have affected the participation of candidates physically from all over the Northeast and elsewhere. And I would have really wanted that people are physically getting engrossed with the proceedings of the conference, but that is not to be now, but hope that that'll happen sometime in the future. So let me say a few things about the quality of teaching and research in the Northeast, and the lesser said it's the better. So many schools and colleges do not have the proper infrastructure of teaching and the laboratory facilities. So, and also an issue that the depth at which teaching is done is very, very shallow, and a completely, overrated self-appraisal has added to the agony. So people are very happy with their own performance, which I think that needs to change. And also the homesickness of the students of this region that dissuade them to go elsewhere in the country. And we are really losing out on our present at the national level, on the national platform, so to say. So I see this IWCRAS, the conference that's held at Tura, Meghalaya, as a timely effort to revive some of the lost opportunities and hope to see really the young minds adopting a career in science and engineering. a lot of people actually at their after their 11th or even after their 10th, they go into arts, humanities. I'm not saying that there's people shouldn't be going to arts and humanities, but they simply go because there are paucity of opportunities in the Northeast. Not many places will have quality science curriculum, so they are forced to go to humanities. It's a gain for the humanities, but certainly loss for science. So without students, the young minds getting into adopting a career in science and engineering, this region is not going to prosper. It's not going to progress. So it's a real appreciation again to the team. Kudos to the team for organizing this conference and at least making the presence felt of about the Northeast in having such conferences. By listening to the list of people who have attended and who have presented papers, it's very, very encouraging. And we hope that such good work is carried on not only by Don Bosco, but by other institutes in the Northeast as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Basu. And also, I would like to once again thank Professor Bhattacharjee for your inputs, for your appreciation, for your good wishes for the future. Now may I request Reverend Father Vivan Rodrigues Mukim, Chairman of Organizing Committee, and Dr. Arindam Ghosh, Convener of Organizing Committee of this web conference 2020, to declare the names of the best presenters during this International Web Conference on Recent Advances in Science 2020. Over to Father and Arindam.
Thank you, Dr. Barbara S. Sangma. At the end of this International Web Conference, I would like to express my gratitude to all those who have participated and who are still online, and particularly my special thanks to the organizing committee of this International Web Conference from Don Bosco College, Tura. I'm happy to announce the best presenter for biological science. The biological science best presenter is Dr. Argha Sarkar from the Department of Botany, Bangladeshi College, West Bengal, India. He presented on the theme, Alarming Trend of Change of Sea Level Posing Threat to Lower Bengal, India. Congratulations and thank you to Dr. Argha Sarkar from the Department of Botany, Bangladeshi College, West Bengal, India. Over to Dr. Arindam Ghosh.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have come almost to the end of today's program. Thank you, participants. Thank you, presenters. And thank you, resource persons, especially the resource persons without whom we cannot do anything. And then, of course, some invited talks were there. Thank you to all of them. And also to the members of the organizing committee, and especially to the speakers in the inaugural session as well as in the valedictory session today. I would personally like to thank Dr. Saurabh Basu and Professor Saurabh Basu and Professor Oyan Bhattacharjee. Let me announce the best presenter for physical science. It is for the title Chemical Synthesis of ZnSO4 Dope CO2 Nanoparticles and its Antibacterial Activity. And it goes to Miss T. Lolita, Department of Physics, Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, India. So congratulations to both of you, Dr. Argha Sarkar and Miss T. Lolita. We will be giving you a certificate as the best presenter, as well as we will be giving you a small token of appreciation which will be sent to you through post. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arindam Ghosh, and thank you, Father Vivan Rodrigues Mukim, for having done the honors of declaring the best presenters. Before I go on to the next item, on a personal note, I would like to thank the organizers headed by Dr. Arindam Ghosh for having made this conference a very inclusive one. I'm from the Department of English, and I'm really very appreciative, and I'm very happy that I have been included. And I believe it's not only me, I am representing the whole of humanities, and very happy that science has accommodated us and thought of us. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Reverend Father Abhilash VJ, Vice Principal, Don Bosco College, Tura, and member of the organizing committee of this International Web Conference, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Barbara. Let me begin with a quote from Brian Tracy, a Canadian-American motivational speaker who once said, "Be a lifelong student. The more you learn, the more you earn, and more self-confidence you will have." Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to everyone. Honorable dignitaries, distinguished guests, members of the advisory board, resource persons, invited speakers, principal of Don Bosco College, Tura, members of the organizing committee, dear paper presenters, and participants. I would like to begin with a quote from Benjamin Franklin, who once said, "If a man empties his purse into his head, no man can take it away from him. An investment in knowledge pays the best interest," unquote. The International Web Conference provided a platform for us to invest in our knowledge. Science and scientific temperaments are part of human existence. Therefore, it is pertinent for us to collectively contribute to the advancement of scientific knowledge, as it is going to be the way forward, especially during the COVID and post-COVID era. We have just concluded the 2 days of extremely inspiring and enriching sessions. These 2 days have provided ample opportunities for deliberations, thought-provoking discussions, and provided opportunities to listen to different perspectives. This web conference opened the vistas of new avenues to share insights and also to take into considerations the best practices that are prevalent today. It provided an opportunity for us to come together, to think critically and learn collectively. The pandemic has challenged us to overcome barriers by creatively involving ourselves locally and even globally. On behalf of the college, and especially the organizing committee, I take this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks as we conclude the 2 days of International Web Conference. My sincere appreciation to the chief patron of the web conference, Reverend Father Janvarius S. Sangma, Provincial Superior, Salesian Province of Guwahati, Assam. Our patron, Sri Ram Singh, IAS Deputy Commissioner, West Gara Hills, Meghalaya. Professor G. Singhaya, Pro Vice Chancellor, Northeastern Hill University, Tura campus. A special word of gratitude to Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister of Meghalaya, who gave a message during the inaugural session. I also place on record my sincere gratitude to Professor Nigme C. Moomin, Head of Department of Education, Nehru Tura campus, Meghalaya, who also spoke during the inaugural session. My heartfelt appreciation to all the speakers who spoke during the opening and also the valedictory sessions. I sincerely thank all the members of the advisory committee for accepting our request to be members of the board, and also for their encouragement, guidance, and valuable suggestions. We look forward to have you again in our future endeavors. I take this opportunity to place on record our heartfelt appreciation to the collaborating institutions of the International Web Conference. The Northeastern Hilly University, Tura Campus, Meghalaya, National Institute of Technology, Meghalaya, Shillong, National Institute of Technology, Nagaland, Dimapur, Society for Technologically Advanced Material of India, Association of Agriculture, Environment and Biotechnology, New Delhi, District Administration, West Gara Hills, Tura, Meghalaya. Prime Alternatives, Department of Chemistry, Cotton University, Guwahati, Assam, and Physics Academy of the Northeast. Let me also take this opportunity to express my special regards and gratitude to Sri Ram Singh, IAS, Deputy Commissioner, West Gara Hills, Tura, for giving us an opportunity to be associated with the district administration and to use the internet facilities of NIC, and also thankful to Mrs. Sengre Sangma of NIC, Tura, for her help. I'm grateful to the authorities of the Director of Accounts and Treasuries, and also the Senior Treasury Officer of Tura for giving us the conference hall of the Treasury Office for the International Web Conference. On behalf of the college and the organizing committee of the conference, I sincerely thank all the esteemed resource persons and invited speakers for sparing their valuable time with us to enlighten us on different topics. I thank all the reviewers for their valuable comments and help towards the improvement of quality of the abstract presented in this conference. I thank all the The conference would not have been complete without the active involvement of all the participants and presenters from different parts of the country and even from abroad. Thank you very much for being part of this conference and hope to see you again in the future. A special word of appreciation and gratitude to the sponsors, Mr. Matthias N. Marag and Mr. Sovik Snael of Tura, for their generous financial and technical support to organize the International Web Conference. The successful completion of the International Web Conference is the outcome of the hard work and dedication of many persons. I extend my gratitude to Father Bivan Rodriguez Mukwing, the principal of Don Bosco College, Tura, for his invaluable support, encouragement, and inspiration, especially during the course of this web conference. I also take this opportunity to thank Dr. Arindam Ghosh, convener of the web conference, for his hard work and deep involvement from the moment of the conception of the idea of organizing this conference to the successful completion. We admire his passion and enthusiasm and his ability for meticulous planning and execution. My sincere gratitude to the organizing secretaries, Dr. Arindam Burman, Department of Horticulture, Nehru Tura Campus, and Dr. Yuvraj Sharma, Department of Physics, Don Bosco College, Tura, members of the organizing committee for their hard work, dedication, and cooperation to make the web conference a grand success. A special word of gratitude to the technical staff, Mr. John Satish and Mr. Javelin, for their constant help and support. I acknowledge the unwavering support received from the management, faculty, staff members, and the alumni of our college, and also from different individuals and institutions throughout the country and abroad. Let me conclude this word of thanks from a quote from Santosh Kanwar, a poet, writer, and a young researcher, who once said, "Every story has an end, but in life, every ending is just a new beginning." We are concluding the two-day International Web Conference today, and may it be the beginning of a new journey in quest of new knowledge and wisdom. Once again, thank you all, and hoping to receive the same response and support in all our future endeavors. Stay safe, be safe.
Thank you, Reverend Father Abhilash, for your wonderful vote of thanks. I am in a very conflicting situation because some thoughts which I had been preparing in my mind had already been expressed, and what do? I just resonate, I just re-echo what Father had said. And I say that these 2 days of web conference, international web conference that has been organized by the Bosco College on the topic recent advances in science, it's like a process of a woman giving birth. She goes through the travails and the pangs of child delivery, and at the end of it, the new child is there. I think we all have come up with new ideas, new plans for tomorrow, and desire and enthusiasm and a sense of exuberance to meet the world and do something about it. And as Albert Einstein had said, the important thing is never to stop questioning. I hope all of us will continue that. On a lighter note, people over the globe nowadays are in the habit of creating memes and enjoying memes. Here is one for all of us. The year is 2020. The first astronauts have landed on Mars. They find a cave with a single human skeleton and 4 words written on the wall. What are the words? Be curious, find out. By way of concluding thought, I would like to bring in the analogy of a black cat. Philosophy is like a being. Philosophy is like being in a dark room and looking for a black cat. Metaphysics is like being in a dark room and looking for a black cat that isn't there. Theology is like being in a dark room and looking for a black cat that isn't there and shouting, I have found it. Whereas science is like being in a dark room and looking for a black cat using a torchlight. So this is a very comforting thought, pointing us towards a silver lining, because science is providing the flashlight with which to look into the dark future. Does cold exist? In fact, cold does not. According to the law of physics, what we consider cold is in reality only the absence of heat. Darkness also does not exist. Darkness is in reality the absence of light. Light we can study, but not darkness. Evil does not exist again. It is like darkness and cold. God did not create evil. Evil is a result of what happens when man does not have God's love and present in his heart. This is said by Einstein. And then I end on this note where we bring the scientists and the thought of God existing in our lives, existing in our hearts together, and together we can march on, together we can face the future. Wish all of you, wish all of us good health, good future, and let us all stay safe. Thank you and goodbye.